Hello. What's up, Duelist? Welcome to, I don't know if it's a surprise stream, but it is a stream on a Tuesday. Now that the number of events and stuff has calmed down for me a little bit, I decided I might start streaming more under the week again, just because I can and I have the time for it. So we are doing some Duelist Cup prep as well as some other things. We have some new cards to look at. There is a new Genesys blog post as well, which I do want to read. So a couple of fun things happening today, but the major thing we're going to be doing in this month of December, besides trying the Phantom Revenge decks eventually, is we're going to be grinding for the Duelist Cup a little bit, because I do plan on taking this one seriously, because they just released Dracotail. And that's a deck I like a lot, so I'm looking forward to the format, so we'll see. But yeah, Zebra Kissen, thank you for the 12 months, the full year of support. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Did you open a box of Phantom Revengers? It hasn't arrived yet. The box that SmartGuard sent me. I think they sent it a little late, but it's gonna be here, and then we'll open it eventually. But yeah. Dave Vesh, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the Prime. Okay. I already got most of the cool tune cards. Waiting for a few. This deck looks so fun. I ordered on Card Market the stuff for the decks from Phantom Revenge. I mean, I don't know how good they're gonna be. Yeah, Dracotail is fun. Fiending for Schmidt. Thank you for the 22 months. Welcome back. I ordered the Phantom Revenge decks because they're also like relatively cheap as at the moment, you know, which is a good and a bad thing at the same time, because of course it's good for the people that want to play them, but it's bad for the vendors that are opening the set. So you know, but at least I can try them for relatively cheap. And my plan currently is basically just building all 3 decks: Eniac Craft, Hecka Hands, and Cool Tune, and then just sitting down with someone from my locals, or maybe like Emre will come over or something, and we'll just I'll just spend a day testing all 3 of the decks and record my point of view with the GoPro, and then we'll see how it goes. You know, that's what I'm currently planning to do in the upcoming days. We'll see when I have the time for it, but yeah. Other than that, mainly for the month of December, we're going to be focusing on Master Duel a little bit more, because of course the Duelist Cup, I believe stage 1 has already started. I've just opened Master Duel. I think we can already play stage 1 to get ready for stage 2. But yeah, I'm doing good, Nilmi. How are you? Also, Odion, thank you for the 3 months. Let's warm up and then jump into the things for today. Let's begin. Gamer Raph, thank you for the 17 months. This feels like a Destiny Hero card, but I'm not sure. Diffusion. Well, that kind of makes sense. Could have guessed that one off of context clues. Minos Trigger, thank you for the 16 months. Yes. Streams are going to be a lot more regular this month, which I'm also very excited about. Okay, I started guessing a card. That's kind of what you're supposed to do in this game. Blaze. Blaze. Is something Blaze? Blaze kick? Backfire, not Blaze Fire. Backfire, you're right, yeah. Yeah, Backfire. That's what I was looking for. I thought it was Blaze Fire. This feels familiar. Very old. Spirit Elimination. Well, now I'm just getting 2 points for that one. Oh. Also feels familiar. It's not Gravity Bind, is it? No. It's not Gravity Bind. Gravity balance. Okay. I believe this is Mega Testalos. Yeah. Gives me super heavy vibes. Oh, it is super heavy. Okay. That is AD changer. Me Starboy. Is that an Earthbound Immortal? That is an Earthbound Immortal. Earthbound Immortal. Uru. Sandwich. Is this Dinomorphia Frenzy? Yeah. Mind Trust? Mind on air. Yeah. No. Jurac Impact? Jurassic Impact? Yo, Affect! Thank you for the gifties. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm a little distracted right now, but I do appreciate you. I've seen this card 1000%. Is it thus? Putrid Pudding Body Buddies. Stevie Blunder with the raid. I appreciate that. Thank you, kind sir. I've seen this card. It's like this. I even know. I think this card is from Pharaoh's Servant, but I have no idea what it's called. Grave Robber's Retribution. Okay. This is Infernity Beetle. This is Mario Kutai. I don't know if it's normal, but TTS is reading every gift sub. Yeah, I noticed. I noticed this last time already, and I forgot to change it. But yeah, it's. I don't remember it doing that usually, but alas. This is Onibimaru. Can't wait for Genesys adjustments. We're gonna look at the Genesys blog post in a bit. I'm excited to see what they talked about, but yeah, I mean, I still think Genesys is pretty fun, all things considered, and I think it probably gets better. Jaguar. Samsara Lotus. Hackahans is definitely getting hit early. And what makes you think that? Genuine question. This is K Est, I think. It's one of the Guardians, which is it Elma? Elma. This is Heroic Challenger 1000 Blades. That's the name. This also feels familiar. What is this? I don't know the name. Miraculous Rebirth. Okay. Samurai Jinx. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. That's a that I've seen this one. Genome Heritage. King Genome Heritage. That one, yeah. Fire armor. Red armor, no? No? Okay. Super Heavy Samurai Soul Fire Suit. Should have skipped that one. Iris. No. It is Iris. Oh, there's a comma. Okay. I was like, this is Iris the Earth Mother. Golden. Is there a Golden Dragon Ninja? Golden Dragon Summoner? No. Oh, Yellow Ninja. Wait, no, it's not Yellow. Yellow Dragon Ninja, if anything. No. Come on, that's gold, not yellow. I mean, it kind of is yellow. Totu TCG, thank you for the 18 months. This is not Jack Frost. Is it Jack in the Hand? Yeah. Yeah. That is Exo Sister. Exo Sister. I have no idea which one. Sophia? How do you guess that one first try? This is Hino. No, it's not Hinotama, is it? It is Hinotama. Oh, I was thinking of Hinotama Soul is the one with the face, right? The vanilla monster. I was confused by that. Is that Hero Blast? By any chance? No. Then I don't know. Change of Hero. Okay. That's Nessie. Nessie. Cybernetic Magician, maybe? A fish. That is White Aura Whale. That's a mutant. Mutant. Is it Ultimus? No. It is a mutant for sure, though. I know it's a fusion monster, I think. There's a lot of mutant cards. I'm skipping it. It was not Ultimus. It was Synthesis. Well, it's World Legacy. I'm skipping. World Legacy Trap Globe. Okay, branded lore spotted. That is that the theater? Final Battle of Golconda. Decisive Battle of Golconda. Huh. Oh, is that the one that they used in Stun for a while to protect their shit? The one where it's like if something would be destroyed, you can send one from extra deck to grave to protect. Ah. Cyber's ass looking card, dude. That's Mystic Tomato. That is a Constellar. The problem is, I'm really good at identifying Constellars, but I don't know which one is which. So, like, I can tell you it's a Constellar frame 1, but then that doesn't help me because there's too many, and I don't know which one's which. This is branded again. Is this branded Banishment? Yeah. Who are you? Okay. Ooh, Sulfur Cord, I think. Sulfur Cord. The Trap? Oh, damn. I was hoping it was one that you played in the Yummy version. Because then I would have had a chance of getting it. But Musica. This is giving me Relinquished vibes. That is Anima. This is Red Dragon Archfiend stuff. I think this is Red Wyvern. Ooh, Enlightenment Paladin. How do you spell this? Enlightenment. Yeah. Oh no, it's not Pikeru. Element Magician. Dude, this is Zek Trike. Is it this? Yeah. Isn't this the Isn't this the Insector card that everyone voted for? Where they were like, which archetype would you like to receive support? And then everyone voted for Insector for whatever reason. I don't know. To this day, I have no idea. But and then they just released a card that just was unplayable, which I do think is funny, ultimately. But what were the other options? I don't remember exactly, but like Insector won the poll, and then they just released a card that wasn't playable, which is kind of funny because it went on for weeks. I think it was like in stages as well, where it was like multiple stages of voting or something, if I remember correctly. And then after all this, it was just the card that wasn't good. Ah, damn. Okay, well, 779 is not the worst, not the best. It's okay. It's okay. Konami said you chose Pearly. I mean, I genuinely don't remember what the other options were. I just remember that I didn't want Insector to win. There was something else in there that I wanted, but it wasn't Insector. For sure. But yeah. It went longer because of botted likes for Valkyries. That's funny too. I didn't know that. I can imagine it though. Okay. Well, Duelist, welcome to the Tuesday stream. Warm-up is done. Hello, Nezu. Thank you. Okay, well, today is the day where we get back into somewhat of a grind mindset for Master Duel. We'll see how it goes, but I wanna check in with the format a little bit more, and with Dracotail releasing and all that kind of stuff. So we're gonna be gaming today in the first stage of the Duelist Cup. Before we hop in, though, we have just a few things to cover before we begin. The first thing we have is a couple of new Endymion cards that were posted, I believe, 2 days ago, and I just haven't had the time to talk about them yet. So let's take a quick look at new Endymion cards. All right. So I believe I think this one was teased already. to be, but they didn't post the effect yet, so we'll see. All right. Prince of Endymion Regulus, level 4 light spellcaster effect monster. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is in your hand, you can reveal one other spellcaster monster in your hand. You lose life points equal to the revealed monster's level times 300, and if you do, special summon this card. If this card is special summoned, you can add a spell that mentions Regulus, the Prince of Endymion, from your deck to your hand. The first time this card would be destroyed by battle each turn, it is not destroyed. Okay, we are starting with, I would say, a pretty decent quality card, you know, like summons itself from your hand for free and searches a card upon summon. Of course, we have to check which kind of spells you can add, because I would assume that this is only new spells that are released alongside it, because of course there's no spell yet that mentions Regulus, the Prince of Endymion, because the card hasn't existed up until now, so there's no old targets for this, just new stuff. So if the spells you add with this are any good, then this could be a very solid card or secondary engine in any deck that has a lot of spellcasters. Which I guess is the idea, I think, behind this, because I think Endymion is like connected to a bunch of spellcaster archetypes. Like, I think this is also Witchcrafter related, I believe, or whatever. There's other archetypes. Yeah, this one mentions Witchcrafter. There's a couple of archetypes. This card is always treated as a Witchcrafter card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. During your main phase, if a spell card or effect was activated this turn, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is special summoned, you can add a Witchcrafter, spell trap, or magical dimension from your deck to your hand. Gains 2300 attack while you have Regulus, the Prince of Endymion, in your field or grave. Wait, no, have I not read this card before? I feel like I have read this card before. This feels very familiar. Yes. Oh, okay, yeah. I thought I was tripping for a second. Yeah, I remember that they announced this card. I just thought they posted it without the effect, which is what they do sometimes for like the Jump promos, where they just post the artwork, but the effect is like, it still has a box over it that says secret. I thought this was one of those, but okay. No, I definitely have read this card before. This is also a pretty decent card. Like both of these really feel like solid. I mean, in some ways they feel like solid cards. In other ways, they feel like cards that will just be used as like additional extenders in like a spellcaster combo pile maybe, but I guess we'll see what the spell cards do. Ooh, there's more monsters. Okay, Jenny, the Maid of Endymion, level 1 wind spellcaster. This card is always treated as a Witchcrafter card. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn. If you control a spellcaster, special summon this from your hand. During the main phase, quick effect, you can target a spellcaster monster you control, banish it, and if you do, special summon a Witchcrafter monster from your deck, except Jenny, the Maid of Endymion. This is pretty good. This does trigger on special summon, so this is a good target to summon because it is treated as a Witchcrafter card. So this is a really strong card, I think, because it's a free extender from your hand. You can summon it, like let's say you summon another monster and then you special this, and then you can not use the effect yet, keep playing with your other monsters, and if you ever get impermed or veilered or anything of that nature, you can just dodge it because it's a quick effect to banish the other monster. So it makes your combos like more resilient to that sort of stuff. As well as, I mean, I guess worst case, if you can't special summon her because you don't have another spellcaster, it can still be a starter, right? You can just go normal summon effect. And it's basically Lone Fire Blossom. It's Lone Fire Blossom for Witchcrafters, but it's a quick effect and you can special summon it from your hand. Which is kind of crazy because Lone Fire Blossom, even though it doesn't see that much play at the moment because there's not that many plant decks, is still like a pretty decent effect. You know, like just a monster that can tutor one out from your deck is still pretty strong. So yeah, it can summon Witchcrafter Vary from deck. That's a quick effect, full field negate. I mean, I always thought that some of the Witchcrafter cards were pretty strong. but I feel like they were just lacking in the spell trap department a little bit, because the spell traps for witchcrafters always seemed like kind of because I think they all had pretty solid monster effects. But this is pretty good, I think. The Endymion Empire. This card, it throws me off that this is a continuous spell card, because this is like 1000% got field spell vibes, but okay. Maybe Endymion already, I mean, Endymion already has a field spell, right? Like the Citadel. Maybe that's why they don't want to give it a second one. You can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. You can only use the second effect once per turn. When this card resolves, add Regulus, Prince of Endymion, or a monster that mentions it from your deck to your hand. Then, if your opponent controls a monster, you can special summon a spellcaster from your hand. If a card you control will be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can destroy Regulus, the Prince of Endymion, in your hand or face-up field instead. Okay. Now we're talking, I feel like. This is the card, I think, that glues it all together, because this now is a way to find your Regulus very easily. But even more importantly, this also makes it so that Regulus, by extension, can search anything, right? Because this searches a spell that mentions Regulus, which this is a spell that mentions Regulus. And then you can just use this to add any monster that mentions it from your deck to your hand. So you can add the Vere, and the Vere, because you have activated a spell card this turn, the continuous spell, you can now special summon it from your hand and add any Witchcrafter spell from your deck to your hand. So, and also, if the opponent controls more monsters, or controls a monster going second, you can even special summon a spellcaster, so it makes it an additional extender, right? So now is when this all starts ticking together, right? Now it's like, okay. And once again, this is perfect spellcaster slop material, right? This is basically slop material, because all you need is, let's say you have any spellcaster in your hand alongside Regulus, you can just go special Regulus, search the spell, spell searches Vere, special Vere, search a spell, and at that point you have, without using your normal summon, without locking you into anything, you have created 2 level 4s on the board, and you have any Witchcrafter spell trap in your hand, which I don't know what you're gonna do with that Witchcrafter spell, but probably something. And then you can go from there, right? You have it all. You can make a rank 4. You can make friggin', I guess in the OCG and Master Duel, you can make friggin' King of the Feral Imps. You know, but you get what I'm saying, right? It doesn't matter what you do from that point, right? You can go link 2 into anything. You can make a rank 4 that adds anything, you know, Gallant Granite, King of the Feral Imps, Exciton Knight, go into Fiendsmith, everything without using your normal summon, right? Or what you can also do, I guess, is you can just play this in the deck that it was supposed to be played in, which is like Spellcaster, like Witchcrafter, probably. Or Magistus or something, I don't know. But that, I suppose, would require them to put proper locks on cards, which they don't do. Like, these are high quality cards. I don't understand why none of these even says, like, you can only summon spellcasters for the rest of the turn, right? Like, I feel like that would have been a fair thing to do, but okay, well, these are good cards. And then we have Arrow of Regulus. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If you control Regulus, activate one of these effects. Destroy one opponent's monster that battled this turn. When a normal or quick play spell card is activated, negate its effects. During your main phase, you can banish this card from your grave, then target a Regulus or a monster that mentions it in your grave, special summon it. Okay, this card is... I mean, I have no idea what the first effect is doing on it. The second effect is obviously so much better to negate any normal or quick play spell. Could be a strong endboard piece for going first. Maximum 1 of, I think. Never more than 1. Because it's completely dead if you don't have access to Regulus, the Prince of Endymion. Also, it kind of relies on keeping Regulus on the field, which I don't know if you want to do that. Like, realistically, this card probably just doesn't see play. For the most part, you probably just... This is literally just level 4 spam spellcaster slop with really high quality cards that also happens to be Witchcrafter support. right? Am I getting that right? I feel like that's what's happening here. It's like I can 100% see people like play this in any sort of deck that just wants to make a rank 4 and has a couple of spellcasters in it. But yeah. I guess the more interesting question, because of course I'm not the biggest fan of this sort of like combo slop playstyle. The more interesting question to me is, does this make like Witchcrafter playable? Which it is pretty good support, and that deck is a very strong shell for this sort of stuff because you're always gonna have a spellcaster to use this effect, right? So I can imagine it. I can imagine people messing around with it and it not being bad, because this is a really high quality engine, right? It's a really high quality and it's a lot of good starters as well. This is like 12. You can theoretically play all of these as 3-ofs, so you have like 12 really high quality cards in your hand. And for the most part, I don't think it matters which one you draw. They're all pretty good starting points for your combos, right? So you just have 12 really high quality cards to add to the deck. So, yeah. Can it get to Spenta somehow? I'm pretty sure the answer is yes. I'm pretty sure there is a rank 4 Magistus that gets you there. Or you just go, because they are level 4 spellcasters, you can make Artemis and then somehow equip it to something or whatever. Like, this definitely gets to Spenta. So, yeah, I think maybe spellcasters, who knows? Maybe Magistus Spellcaster Slop is the new Dragon Link of 2026. I could see it, honestly. It doesn't seem that unrealistic with how good these cards are. It also works well with the new Albaz. Yeah, I mean, obviously it does. Emre was right. Lore cards are a mistake. That is a can of worms that I'm not going to open right now. Because on the one hand, I do think that lore is really, really important and really, really awesome. And I like that they're doing it. At the same time, like, you know, you need to be careful with the power level of lore stuff. But we're not going to talk about that right now because, you know, in general, I think it's pretty cool to have lore behind cards and have something that people follow for a longer time. Like, I think it's good. But yeah. Okay. These are pretty good cards. They are somewhat scary as well, I will say. This is scary combo material, but at the same time, I will say, like, we have cards and engines like this in the game already. This is, in that sense, just one more step into that direction of combo slop, or one more entry in the list of decks that can do this sort of stuff. So it's like, whatever, man. It's not my favorite way to make or to print cards, but whatever. Fairy Tale cards. Oh yeah, there are Fairy Tale cards, aren't there? I saw that. I haven't read them yet, but I forgot about those. Where's Fairy Tale? There. Yeah, no, Fairy Tale cards in Blazing Domain. I forgot about these. These were posted a long time ago, and I kind of missed them because I wasn't streaming last week when they came out. So I guess let's take a quick look. I mean, most of you will probably have seen these already, so this is not news, but I guess you'll still get my first reaction because I have not seen these. Fairy Tale Match Lil. Level 4 light spellcaster effect monster. Has the Fairy Tale stats. You can only use the first, second, and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. If a spellcaster monster with 1850 original attack is on the field, you can special summon this card from your hand or grave. Also, you can't special for the rest of the turn except spellcasters. Oh! We found the clause that we didn't put on any of the Witchcrafters. Ah, okay. But here we can use it. Okay, I see. If this card is normal or specials, you can add a Fairy Tale spell trap from your deck to your hand. I believe as of now, even though there are multiple Fairy Tail monsters, I don't remember there being a single Fairy Tail spell card, right? So this is also new targets for this. You can pay 500 life points. The name of one effect monster your opponent controls becomes Fairy Prince. Oh, there was one. Okay, interesting. I didn't know that. There was, well, okay, let me look that up then. To the database. Fairy Tail. Oh, Fairy Tail Tales. There is one. You can reveal a spellcaster monster in your hand with 1850 attack and a different name than the monsters you control. Immediately after this resolves, normal summon it. You can only use this effect of Tails once per turn. The first time, each turn you would take battle or effect damage while you control the spellcaster with 1850 original attack. You take no damage. That is incredibly mediocre. I hope there is more targets for this. I mean, one thing I can immediately say, though, is that this is a pretty good target for Fairy Tail Luna, isn't it? Because Fairy Tail Luna, I think, searches this, and then you have the condition fulfilled already. So you can just special this, right? So, okay, I guess we need another good target for this, but on that... Wait, fusion monsters? Weaver of Fairy Tail Tales. Level 4, they're turning Fairy Tail into a fusion? Dude, I didn't know Fairy Tail was a TCG exclusive archetype. Okay. Level 4 Earth Spellcaster, 1850 attack, 1000 defense. Materials, 1 Fairy Tail monster plus a Spellcaster monster. You can only use the first effect of this card's name once per turn. During your main phase, you can special summon a Fairy Tail monster from your deck or banishment. Okay. If you normal or special summon a non-Earth Fairy Tail monster while this monster is on the field, you can target an effect monster your opponent controls, negate its effects. Also, its name becomes Fairy Prince. Any Fairy Prince on the field becomes a spellcaster. What's up with that Fairy Prince stuff? Okay, okay, now... I'm just gonna read all the cards. Okay? And then we're gonna talk about the elephant in the room, which is Fairy Tail Snow. Okay, let me just get through all the cards. Because I don't want to, read every single card and then say, this will be good if Fairy Tail Snow comes back. Hold up. Had to open the peanut butter. Okay, Chronicler of Fairy Tail Tales. Level 4 Earth Spellcaster Fusion Effect Monster. Materials, 1 light Fairy Tail monster and a Spellcaster monster. Is this the same materials? No, this is any Fairy Tail, okay. You can only use the first and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is fusion summoned using Fairy Prince as material, you can destroy as many cards your opponent controls as possible, and if you do, inflict 500 damage to them for each. This is really good if there's a way to summon this on the opponent's turn. Is the idea that you use Super Poly? Like make an opponent's monster Fairy Prince and treat it as a spellcaster? Do they maybe have a theme internal Super Poly? Your Fairy Tail monsters cannot be destroyed by battle. When your opponent activates a card or effect, you can banish a Fairy Tail card from your hand or grave, except Fairy Tail Tales, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy a card. Okay, this card's a banger if you can like summon it on the opponent's turn and then blow up their board and then have an Omni negate after. That's crazy. That is genuinely crazy. There's a quick play spell down here. Fairy Tail Wickhat, rank 4 spellcaster. You can only use the second and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. Fairy Tail monsters you control, whose original attribute is light, are unaffected by activated effects. You can detach up to 2 materials from this card. send that many Fairy Tale cards from your deck to the grave, except Fairy Tale Tales. If this card's in your grave, quick effect, target a Fairy Tale monster you control, whose original attribute is light, special summon this card, and if you do, send that monster to the graveyard. Okay. Fairy Tale, long ago, you can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Special summon up to one light Fairy Tale monster with different names each from your hand, grave, and or banishment. Also, you can't special for the rest of the turn except spellcasters. Ooh, that's potentially pretty powerful. If this card's sent to the grave except from the field or becomes banished, you can set it, but it cannot activate unless you control a Fairy Tale monster. We're gonna have to talk about Fairy Tale Snow. We're gonna have to talk about Fairy Tale Snow. These cards make no sense without Fairy Tale Snow, or some of them. There's so many. Hold up. Sorry, doorbell. Where was I? Yeah, Fairy Tale Ball. Field spell. You can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. When this card resolves, you can add a Fairy Tale monster or Fairy Tale Tales from your deck or banishment to your hand. Your Fairy Tale monsters can attack directly. Once per turn, if your opponent special summons a monster and you control a Fairy Tale, target an effect monster your opponent controls, negate its effects, also its name becomes Fairy Prince. I mean, dude, these are good cards. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but like, I definitely wasn't expecting Fairy Tale to become a full-fledged archetype. And they released like a bunch of cards, including extra deck monsters, 3 of them. And then there's like, it's super high card quality here. And now I gotta wonder, they might be serious about making this a playable archetype. And they might bring Fairy Tale Snow back, dude. Tales of Fairy Tale. Equip spell card. You can only use the third effect once per turn. The equipped monster gains 1000 attack. Once per turn, you can fusion summon a spellcaster fusion from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field. You can also use any Fairy Prince your opponent controls. If this card is in the grave, you can equip it to a Fairy Tale monster on the field, then immediately after this effect resolves, you can normal summon a spellcaster with 1850. Okay, so this is just a way better version of the other spell of this one. This card kind of sucks ass compared to this one, because this gives you a second normal summon as well, but it gives you the fusion effect and boosts by 1000, and it can also use opponents' monsters because you can treat them as Fairy Prince. So, is Fairy Prince just not a card? Like, I think, or does Fairy Prince already exist? It does. That's funny. So the entire archetype mentions a card that doesn't exist, but you create it during the game because you make one of your opponent's monsters the Fairy Prince, and then it revolves around that. I think that's pretty awesome. I think that's funny. Fairy Prince is the friends we made along the way. Okay, so a few things. These cards are good. But I'm a little disappointed that the fusion spell is not does not fuse on the opponent's turn, because of course that would have been a banger disruption on Chronicler of Fairy Tale Tales. If you can summon this on the opponent's turn and then wipe their entire board, because as of now, I'm not entirely sure what kind. I mean, yeah, you can set up an Omni Negate going first. But other than that, like, I mean, you have some interrupts from the Fairy Tail archetype itself, right? There is Fairy Tail Snow, if it comes back. There is Fairy Tail Luna, which you can bounce with. So a little bit, you know, there's a little bit here. But I feel like they're lacking a little bit in terms of disruption. The field spell also gives them one, right? You can target an effect monster and negate its effects, which is pretty good. Yeah. It's good stuff. And it doesn't lock you into the archetype. You can still use other spellcaster stuff. So maybe you can pair it with Spenta, Magistus, Witchcrafter. We literally just looked at the Regulus spellcaster Witchcrafter stuff. Maybe that goes together. And then you summon some invoked fusions or some Magistus extra deck stuff, and that's going to give you more interruption. So like 100% that could work. So I guess we have to talk about it now. Does Fairy Tail Snow come back? Or I mean, it's legal in the OCG, right? It is legal in the OCG, so I guess it can exist because it's not really like super popular in the OCG as a general card. And I will say a lot of the cards that made Fairy Tail Snow super broken in the TCG are gone. You know, we don't have Chaos Ruler, we don't have what's the other one called? We don't have Beatrice to access it in any deck. We don't have Kid Kalos to just mill incredible amounts of cards. So realistically, they could probably bring it back to 1 just for this deck. No Curious as well, yeah. I guess if they, I guess I would say if they get rid of Zombie Vampire, I'd be okay with Snow coming back. Because there are a couple of things in this deck. Like, once again, without Fairy Tail Snow, this deck just doesn't have enough interruption, I think. But I also, there's a few things, like this card resets itself when it becomes banished. And that is something that Snow does very easily. I think that's the idea behind this, right? Like, you want to use this, and then you want to banish it for Snow to reset it, which gives you a pretty sick resource loop. And it also summons monsters from banishment, which is a lot harder to set up if you don't have Snow in rotation. So I think this deck kind of requires Snow to function, but if it does get Snow, it seems pretty sick. So the Omni can also banish a spell? Yeah, true. It's not the only way. It's not the only way to get it banished, but still, it would be a lot easier. So I think Fairy Tail Snow would help this deck out a lot. But I like these cards. They're pretty sick. I'm especially a fan of the fact that they gave this one a spellcaster lock. You know, I think that's something that they should do more often, is like lock into your type at least with this sort of stuff, unlike they did with the Endymion thing that we looked at a second ago. So I'm a fan of these. You should check Fairy Tail Rella. Fairy Tail Rella. Neither player can target monsters on the field with spell cards or effects except this one. Once per turn, you can discard a spell, equip an equip spell from your hand, deck, or grave to this card, but return that equip spell to the hand during the end phase. Oh, you mean because it can search you this? Yeah, that's neat. Also gives it some synergy with other fields, with other equip spells, maybe. I don't know if there's another engine that I'm thinking of that you can do that's within spellcasters. But yeah, I mean, I know some of the Fairy Tails are pretty good. Even Luna. Like, even Fairy Tail Luna, even though it's a card that doesn't really see much play nowadays, is all things considered a pretty good card. Because it's on summon a searcher. Like, it's basically Stratos, plus it has like a small disruption ability, which is not bad. But yeah. So pretty cool stuff here. And yeah, Fairy Tail Luna will be a 1-card combo for this deck, because you go normal summon Luna, search, match Lil, and then you can special this because you control Luna, and then you add a Fairy Tail spell trap from your deck to your hand, and there you go, you got it, right? So that's pretty cool. for Luna, you can make a monster Fairy Prince so they can't have a second copy. Oh, that's awesome. That's true. Yeah, because the way Fairy Tail Luna works is if your opponent has another copy with the same name in deck or extra deck, they can stop it from bouncing. But because Fairy Prince doesn't exist, you just always bounce, which is neat. I mean, to be fair, it's not what you want to do, I guess. If your opponent's monster is named Fairy Prince, you don't want to bounce it. You want to like fuse with it, but you can do that, yeah. If there's a monster that you otherwise just cannot out, and you're afraid that they might have a second copy, you can just make it Fairy Prince, and then it goes. Yeah, nice. You can normal search and bounce multiple times. Yes, because you have ways to get additional normal summons. This is not a hard once per turn. It triggers every time you normal summon it. You can normal summon it again. Yeah, that's true, because there is an additional normal summon from the equip spell, and I guess technically also from Fairy Tail Tales if you play that. But I kind of doubt that this card sees play because it's just very, very bad. But yeah. Okay, I guess it all depends on Fairy Tail Snow coming back though, because that card I think is very important for the archetype. Okay. We're gonna take a look at the Genesys update next. But quick toilet break and then we'll do that. Okay. All right. New Genesys update, Genesys at YCS Bologna. First of all, I think it's cool to see that even though I do believe it is Konami NA who is publishing these articles, it's cool to see that they are acknowledging and taking a look at the results from the European YCS. I think that's awesome. But the main thing I'm on the lookout for here is some communication on what's going to happen with Genesys on the next update, because I do think we are somewhat due for an update in the upcoming weeks. There should be one in December. And of course, I've already shared my experiences with Genesys at YCS Bologna recently. And I would say like Genesys for the most part is a pretty fun experience for me. As like maybe maybe 70-80% fun, but there is a couple of things in there that I would like to see changed. So let's see what's gonna be here. So YCS Bologna was our first chance to see how European duelists tackled Genesys. Today we'll talk about the differences in Europe's first qualifier and the Invitational itself compared to Pittsburgh. Differences in qualification. The Bologna qualifiers were run a little differently than they were at the NA and LATAM YCS events. In Bologna, qualifiers were held on Friday before the event began, so strong duelists that normally would be competing in the main event all day Saturday had a chance to qualify and have a tournament to fall back on for Sunday if they failed to make it through day one. As such, the format for the Invitational qualifiers was shifted as well from single elimination to essentially double elimination Swiss. You still needed to win 3 to get in, but it was a win 3 of 4 instead of win 3 in a row. This could have resulted in an Invitational with over 64 players, but it was done to take into account the possibility of many qualifiers not showing up on Sunday due to still being in the main event. Indeed, there were duelists who qualified on Friday and then performed well in the main event, leading to them skipping the Invitational. Hey, that was me. Once again, I already talked about this, but in my opinion, this was awesome. The ability to play the main event but still participate in the Genesys qualifiers on Friday was exceptionally cool, I think. Like I think this is something that they should do in America as well if they can. If the venue is open on Friday already, then why not do this? I think it was awesome to play Genesys on Friday, qualify for the Invitational on Sunday, and basically have that as like a plan to fall back on if my main event doesn't go well. That was great. And I also think this is how you get players interested in the format that would normally just go like, okay, I'm gonna play the main event, right? I'm going to a YCS to play the main event, which I think is what most people do. And so those people will not play Genesys if this isn't possible. But if you can play Genesys on Friday and then still play the main event on Saturday, and then qualify for the Invitational on Sunday if you don't do well in the main event, I think a lot more people are going to check out Genesys format. At least I heard this from a lot of people in Bologna on Friday that were not playing Genesys beforehand. They saw that we were all playing Genesys format, and they were like, what you know, what's going on there? And then I told them how it works, and they were like, yeah, next time I'm gonna play Genesys as well. And this is where I guess my only small criticism comes in for Genesys at European YCSs, which is due to the nature that they made it one big tournament, the qualifiers on Friday and Saturday. It was one big tournament where you play 4 rounds, and if you have 3 wins out of the 4 rounds, you qualify for the Invitational on Sunday. So far, so good. That I think is awesome. I think it's better to, like, you have to win 3 out of 4 instead of having to win 3 in a row is what they're calling it here, which I think is also, I think that's better. The problem with that is that because they wanted to limit the Invitational to 64 players, the tournament on Friday and the tournament on Saturday were limited to, I think, 104 players each, which just meant that there was one tournament happening on Friday, and that tournament, of course, sold out. It was full. And there were more people who wanted to play, but they couldn't, because there was only one qualifier on Friday, and it was a set number of players, and it filled up. And so my question is, like, is it really so bad if the tournament on Sunday is 128 players? Like, what's the problem? We can just have more players qualify, no? Is that really that big of a deal? Because the 64-player tournament on Sunday, it started at 9 a.m. anyways. So you have, if you start at 9 a.m., you have way more than enough time to make it top 128. Which I guess is that's my one feedback of what I would like to be improved, is I would like more people to have the opportunity to play. Because yeah, to my knowledge, the Friday and Saturday tournament, they both filled up. So, yeah. But yeah, that's more like the organizational portion. Overall, I think Europe's organization was very, very good. I enjoyed it a lot. Especially that you can play on Friday, I think is awesome. All right, differences in deck selection. Why did we bring that up? Because being able to lose 1 and still qualify does change the equation a bit on what sort of decks you can qualify with. 4 decks that had never qualified before, Infernoble Knights, Unchained, Archfiend, Heraldic Beast, and Lunalight made the field in Bologna. Lunalight is a deck that's specifically been considered strong and difficult to fight against once it gets going, but it's struggled mightily in straight single elimination events. Under the modified qualifier rules, 4 Lunalight decks made it. 3 of them were one and dones in the Invitational, but the 4th went all the way and won the tournament. So this is major cap. Lunalight does not struggle mightily in a single elimination event. Lunalight, straight up, is one of the best decks in Genesys format right now, believe it or not. I was traveling to Bologna with a good friend of mine who's been playing Lunalight in the TCG a lot. He made, I think, top 16 or top 32 at YCS Lille with Lunalight. And he was interested in playing Lunalight in Genesys. And I was working on the Lunalight deck list with him. And we ended up realizing, like, Lunalight is freaking broken in Genesys format. That deck is crazy. The entire Lunalight engine has 0 points. The only thing that you don't have is you don't have Lunalight Tiger and Lunalight Wolf because they're pendulum monsters. Other than that, Lunalight is completely free. The only card that costs points is Foolish Burial Goods, and that card costs 3 points. So Lunalight has basically 91 points to spend on non-engine and gets to play the full engine. Okay, Tenki has points, but you don't need Tenki. You don't need to play Tenki at all. And that deck is insane. 1 Gold Leo is still double Liger Dancer in Genesys format. 1 Gold Leo is double Liger Dancer in Genesys format. And guess what? A lot of people are playing less hand traps in Genesys format. One of the only things that's holding Lunalight back a little bit, I guess, is the relevance of Kaijus in Genesys format. But once again, almost every Lunalight hand produces 2 Liger Dancers, and you cannot Kaiju 2 Liger Dancers. You can Kaiju 1, but you can't Kaiju the other because that's not how Kaijus work. So, yeah. So my friend ended up just farming Genesys tournaments. I think my friend qualified for the Invitational twice with Lunalight, and then also made top 32 at the Invitational with Lunalight. And then another friend of mine, Johannes, we gave him the deck list on Friday because he didn't have a ticket for the main event of the YCS. He didn't manage to get a ticket for the main event. And Johannes is also the guy that got, I think, 10th place at Worlds this year with Lunalight. So I was like, hey, you don't have a ticket for the main event. You should play the Genesys thing. The pricing is pretty good, and Lunalight is very strong there. So we gave him the list for Lunalight, and he ended up winning the entire Invitational for the Dark End and the Giant Card Pot of Greed. So this is just not true. Lunalight does not struggle mightily in single elimination. Lunalight is just busted in Genesys, and people don't really play it for whatever reason. Because they think it's not good, or because it's too difficult, or whatever. Lunalight is very, very good. Something to think about as we move forward is that the current Invitational format is going to be retired in the new year and replaced with the same format used in the YCS events as Genesys moves out of early access and gets plugged into our standard tournament system. This will affect the tournament viability or lack thereof of certain decks, and will be taken into account moving forward. What does this mean? Current Invitational format is going to be retired in the new year and replaced with the same format used in the YCS events as Genesys moves out of early access and gets plugged into our standard tournament systems. What does this mean? We're getting actual Swiss pools and then top cut. Retired in the new year, replaced with the same format used in the YCS events. I guess we will have a Genesys YCS. I mean, yeah, we know there will be one Genesys YCS, but my question here, my main question is, how how will Genesys work at a regular YCS where the main event is advanced constructed and the public events have Genesys? Like, does it mean you're just gonna have Genesys as a regular on-demand public event? Like, how is the pricing going to change and so on? Because this is potentially not great news if I'm interpreting this correctly. Because the whole invitational structure was one of the things that made it the most attractive to me, at least. Like, the idea of qualifying for a finals on Sunday was really cool. And if it just turns out to be, well, here's another side event where you just play a couple of rounds and then a top cut, and then I guess it can still work, but I kind of thought it was cooler the way the invitational worked, but okay. I guess we'll wait on what this means, but I'm not happy about the fact that they announced this invitational thingy and then they're immediately retiring it. That's not great, I think, unless they're replacing it with something better, but we'll see. Any extreme outliers? The deck that lost the most ground was Archmage, which had grown its share from Anaheim to Pittsburgh, then dropped off heavily in Bologna. Instead, 2 decks reached outlier status with more than double the showing of Lunalight in the Invitational, Dracotail and Radiant Typhoon Runic. Dracotail operates as a high-power Shaddoll-style deck, and in some cases even includes Shaddolls. You fusion summon and the monsters you fuse together activate their effect. Okay, I know how Dracotail works. Blah, blah, blah. In a particular, Dracotail Flame is strong. Unlike the standard Radiant Typhoon decks, Radiant Typhoon Runic has an excess of removal, draw, and search power, and almost all those extra cards are quick play spells that also attack the opponent's main deck. It's a deck that often never has to attack at all and just waits for the opponent to deck out while defending with powerful Xyz monster and randomly sniping key cards from the top of the deck. I will say one thing, and this is genuinely I'm genuinely not biased on this, but if they hit Runic cards instead of Radiant Typhoon cards, they're throwing. The Radiant Typhoon deck, I've played it without Runic, it does not matter. You don't need Runics. I mean, they can put points on Runics, but they should still put points on Radiant Typhoon. Like, the deck, I literally saw the deck that won. There was a remote duel YCS last weekend, and one of the Genesys events was won by Radiant Typhoon. They didn't play Runics at all. They just don't play Runics. That is a fact. A lot of them don't play Runics and are still doing well. Some of them are playing Runics, but it's not necessary. We think it's fine to have a deck in the format that's analogous to the old Needleworm deck-out decks. Needleworm deck-out decks. But this particular combination where you get to play 2 entire decks that are individually good enough to win on their own at the same time has become so widespread that neither main engine will be completely free after the next update. Okay, fair enough. They're hitting Runic and Radiant Typhoon. I think that's okay. Even as a Runic enjoyer, I think the hits to Radiant Typhoon are necessary. I've not seen a single duelist play Runics without Radiant Typhoon, but whatever. It's okay. Any extreme card usage outliers? Ooh, I see something highlighted down here. In Pittsburgh, there was only one card that was used in 30% or more of all decks submitted for the qualifiers, Droll Lockbird. In fact, 54% of all possible copies of it were registered in the qualifiers, though we should note that this number treats the player who enters multiple qualifiers with the same deck list as a unique player each time. Looking at how many copies were in the Invitational itself, where the players were actually unique, 63% of all the possible copies were played. This may sound low if you're used to looking at Master Duel or advanced format trends, but for Genesys, where there's a cost to including it, that is a ton. Speaking just as one person on the Genesys team, I would consider anything over 33% for a generic card to be an outlier and take a look into whether it's that way because it's specifically countering a deck trend or because it's outperforming its salary. For Droll, the answer is probably both, which makes the Bologna Invitational numbers shocking. Only 35% of the maximum number were registered. So, I think... So, we're going to talk about Droll and Lockbird, but I'm going to make it brief this time because I feel like every time we talk about Genesys or even Advanced Constructed, we keep starting to talk about Droll and Lockbird, which is starting to get really annoying to me. But the card isn't going anywhere, so I guess we have to talk about it. And I want to start by saying that I don't think, like, I think there's two sides of the argument, right? The one side of the argument is, well, Droll is necessary to keep certain decks in check. And the other side of the argument is, well, Droll is broken, so Droll should be banned. And I'll say one thing. I think both sides of this argument are correct. And I think fundamentally, the thing that almost everyone agrees on, basically, or everyone I've ever talked to about Droll and Lockbird agrees with the statement that I'm about to make. And that's it. And that's that Droll and Lockbird is not a fun Yu-Gi-Oh card. Using Droll is not fun. Playing against Droll is not fun. Opening Droll when your opponent's hand just randomly plays around it is not fun. And so on and so forth. So whatever side of the argument you stand on, whether you think Droll is necessary or whether you think Droll should be banned and should and is not fun, is whatever, I think we should all agree on that Droll and Lockbird does not create fun games of Yu-Gi-Oh! It does not do that. You know, it's not an enjoyable card to play with. And so, what realistically, and this is not only true for Genesys format, this is also, in my opinion, this is one of the biggest problems for modern Yu-Gi-Oh! In general, is that Droll and Lockbird has become so omnipresent, whether it's Genesys or Advanced Constructed, and it's not fun, that we need a solution for this problem. Because I agree, if you just ban Droll and Lockbird, there's a couple of decks that would benefit from that way too much. And so basically, the underlying problem of Droll and Lockbird is that there is decks that shouldn't exist. There is decks that are doing too much if you don't Droll them. And so basically what I'm saying is get rid of those. And I think at that point, it doesn't matter how many points Droll and Lockbird has in Genesys format. It doesn't matter if it's banned or at 3 in the TCG, because if people are not incentivized to play it, they won't play it. You know, if my opponent's Onomat deck is not searching 20 times per turn, I'm not going to play Droll anyways. It's not. I don't want to play Droll. It's not a fun card. It relies way too. It feels way too gambly. It's always like your opponent gets the first search, then you Droll. You play with less cards from that point on. You can't use it together with Charmies. Like it's not a good Yu-Gi-Oh card. You just play it because it's the only thing you have to counter certain things. And if the things you need to counter are not there, then people won't care about Droll. That's why Droll was not played for so long after it was printed. That card came out 15 years ago at this point. Like, I think 2011, 14 years. And people didn't play it for the longest time because it just was a bad card. And so I think that's the issue, right? And you can go about it in two ways, basically. You can do this in 2 steps. It's always 2 steps, no matter what. Either you just ban Droll, and then you see what kind of problematic decks pop up, and then you do something about those decks. Or you do something about the decks first, and then step 2 is, well, people stop playing Droll, right? And I think the second thing isn't happening anytime soon. So my preferred solution is the first one. Droll is, at this point, I guess, people call it a necessary evil. Some people call it a band-aid fix. Rip off the damn band-aid. Ban Droll, see what happens. And because whether Droll exists or not doesn't change anything about the fact that freaking Onomat Ryzeal is a toxic-ass deck that no one wants to play against. You know, just get rid of that deck. For example, it's just one example of a deck that people play Droll for. And that shouldn't do the things that it's doing. You know, Droll and Lockbird is not a justification for those decks to exist. You know, it's not like, oh, Onomat Ryzeal is fine because it loses to Droll and Lockbird. That's just not true. You said this would be brief. This was brief because we're basically done now, and we've talked about this for way longer in the past. Okay. Which advanced format forbidden cards were popular? There were only 4 advanced format forbidden cards used in the Botlania Invitational. 2 players decided to use Pot of Greed and Mirage of Nightmare. 1 player opted to play a pair of Heavy Storm, and 1 player ran a copy of Rongo. Yeah, I ran into that player, I guess, on Friday. I didn't have fun. It was not good. So please don't use. Please. One thing that I'm worried about is that the logic behind this, I don't know what the logic seems a little bit different from when they started doing the format, because I feel like right now they are they are exclusively looking at the numbers behind this thing, and they're mainly using popularity, right? And I don't know if I agree with this, because something can be popular but fun to play against, and something can be, even if it only happens to you once in a tournament, it might still ruin your entire day. And Rongo is such a card. Like, yes, not everyone is playing Onomat Ryzeal, not everyone is playing Rongo in Onomat Ryzeal, but whoever does, that freaking card is a problem. It feels very Master Duel-y. Yeah, this is kind of what Master Duel does. They're like, oh, this card has a high win rate, we will limit it. You know? I don't know. When is the next update? We were planning to line it up with the release of Phantom Revenge, as there are some cards in that set that proactively attack the main extra deck. We're going to take the NA release delay of Phantom Revenge as an opportunity to take some extra time for this update and also prepare a what to expect article for it. We're shooting for the 15th for the next update, but we'll let you know in the what to expect article if that changes. Okay, fair enough. Update is so poorly placed for my local Genesys. I'm going to Genesys locals tomorrow, and I guess I am in a different situation than anyone from NA, because we have Phantom Revenge in Europe, and I think it means that it's legal for Genesys. So I could just play a Phantom Revenge deck at Genesys locals tomorrow, which I was thinking about it. We can't do any Craft because it's Pendulum, but I could try like Hecka Hands or Cool Tune if the cards arrive in time. I ordered the cards, but they're not here yet, so I'm not sure. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, once again, I think Genesys is in a fine spot. There's a few things in here that I'm not sure how to interpret. Like, first of all, the thing I'm the most worried about, I guess, is that they are going to retire the invitational system, which everything I've heard about the invitational system so far was positive. I think everyone was happy with the way this has worked, or at least if you've been attending YCSs for Genesys and you feel differently, feel free to let me know. But the whole invitational thing was awesome, so I wonder why they're retiring it. I thought the entire thing was that it feels special because it's different from the other public events. And whatever, I think they want to stop giving out so many Starlights. Okay, sure. So I felt like the Invitational was a little bit of a thing that they were doing to get people interested in Genesys format, right? They were like, okay, we're gonna give you some special prizing so people start playing Genesys and they're interested in it. So okay, maybe it was never gonna last forever, right? Maybe it was more like a big. They were doing a lot in the beginning, and it was gonna get less over time. But I don't feel like we are at that point yet where everyone is interested and invested in Genesys, and they can start giving us worse or less pricing or whatever. Which, once again, this is not guaranteed that is what this means, right? I'm not sure. Maybe they are doing something else. Maybe all this means is that they are changing the structure away, because in NA it had like the small pause that qualify you for the main event. Maybe they want to go away from it, and maybe they just want to make it a real event. Like maybe they go like, okay, it could also mean that it has the same format used in YCS events, which means that on Saturday you play day 1 of Genesys, and then there's Top Cut on day 2. That's what it could mean. So, which would basically mean that they are running the YCS for Advanced Constructed together with a YCS for Genesys. This is what this could mean, which could be a positive. That could be a positive, all things considered, if they decide to make Genesys its own thing. That can't end well because of split entries. That's how it already is in NA. NA already only has Genesys on Saturday and Sunday. You have to decide between the YCS main event and the Genesys events. You have to do that. The only place where you can choose between the two is Europe, because in Europe you can play Genesys on Friday to qualify for the Invitational on Sunday. So what I did at YCS Bologna was I played the Invitational on Friday, qualified for the I played the qualifier on Friday, qualified for the Invitational on Sunday. Then I played the main event on Saturday, but in the back of my mind, it was always like, if I don't do well in the main event, I can play Genesys on Sunday. I am qualified for the Invitational, so I don't need to worry about that. And that was good. That was perfect, in my opinion. So this might just apply mainly to NA YCSs where you don't have it that way. So maybe it means in NA they're going away from the 16-player qualification pods or whatever. They're going to Swiss plus Top Cut instead of qualifier and invitational, which could be okay. If the pricing is still good, then, you know, who cares realistically? So I don't want to interpret too much into this. It has me worried a little bit because they're using the way retired, and I wish they added more detail on what this replacement will be, because I think if they're planning to make it better and bigger, they could have just said that. But maybe they will address that, because I feel like this is just not enough context is the only thing that has me worried. Other than that, I'm happy that they're acknowledging that there's a couple of very popular meta decks that are very powerful. At the same time, I'm a little worried that no one is mentioning Onomat. But like, yeah, I don't know. I guess the big one to wait for is the what to expect article. This one feels much more like just a recap of Bologna, right? There's not that much to draw from this one. Not that many conclusions in this one, except a little portion about Droll and Lockbird, which I'm happy to see. I'm happy that they're acknowledging the popularity of Droll and Lockbird. I wish it was less about the popularity of the card, but rather about the fact that Droll and Lockbird is not fun. You know, but it is what it is. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right. For now, we've yapped enough. We have yapped enough. We need to play some Yu-Gi-Oh! It is important because there's a Duelist Cup, gamers. There's a Duelist Cup happening I mean, it's already, stage 1 has already started, I believe. Let me see. Duelist Cup currently open. Yes. Duelist Cup has started. And I am planning to take part in it. I'm planning to stream my run on I think it's in about 1.5 weeks. So I'm planning to take part in it. So we do have to play through stage 1. And we also have to like, I mean, we're going to do a tier list later where I share my thoughts on the format a little bit. But for now, I just want to play a little bit because, of course, Dracotail is now out, and I'm very excited about Dracotail. I can show you the list that I've been playing with for the most part. I already did some ladder with Dracotail. This was the list I used. This is pure Dracotail, and the first thing that everyone is going to ask is, why no branded? Because every time I've shown this list, the first one was like, why no branded? So this was just the first list I tried. I'm aware that branded is also good. And I have also prepared a branded deck list that we can try. I wanted to play this version of the deck because, in my opinion, the core advantage of Dracotail in Master Duel at the moment, the reason why this deck is good, is because it's probably the best, like, it's probably the best low to the ground, low ceiling, but still very effective in the grind game deck in Master Duel. And most importantly, it is by far the best deck into Hualos, Maxi, and Droll and Lockbird, which of course are super relevant cards in Master Duel right now. As well as, I think Dracotail is one of the better decks at going second because it just has a very high amount of non-engine. And that is further, that aspect is further strengthened by the fact that Dracotail 5 mana obviously is also a hand trap. So basically, if you have space, like this list, for example, has 17 hand traps plus 3 5 mana, which means that it's basically 20 hand traps, which is a lot, which is really good. So I've been playing the pure version. And in the branded version, basically, you take out some of the hand traps for more starters, which is fine. It makes the deck more consistent, gives you a little bit more ceiling. But at the same time, less non-engine, I think, means worse going second, unless you're playing the Dracotail mirror. But it also means more consistent, but it also means weaker into Fuva, weaker into Maxi and stuff like that. And this is the branded Dracotail version that I have currently. I think it's, for the most part, I think besides the Veiler and Nib counts, I think it's pretty standard. But yeah, we can try both. I'm not set on anything yet. I've just noticed with this deck that I've been enjoying it a lot. I've been climbing with it in ranked. It seems good to me. I'm still open to make some changes to the list, but all things considered, it was doing pretty well. And I have never cared when I got Max Seed or Fuvad or Drolled or whatever. It was pretty good in that sense. And this is also the reason why I personally don't really rate the Megistus version of the deck that highly. Because I know you guys are going to ask about this one as well. But Megistus Dracotail, I don't have a list for it, but Megistus Dracotail is a good deck. However, you're taking Dracotail, right? You're taking Dracotail, which is a really solid mid-range deck that doesn't care about Maxi, Fuva, Droll, or whatever. And you're removing that aspect, basically. You're removing that aspect and you're turning it into a combo pile. And my argument is that, like, if you want to play a combo deck, there's other options in Master Duel. You can play Malice still. That deck is busted. You can play Mitsuraiziel. You can play Onomat, whatever. There's so many strong combo decks. And I think all of them are better combo decks than Megistus Dracotail. And I think if you want to play Dracotail, lean into the strengths of Dracotail, which is mid-range. Dracotail wants to be a mid-range deck, not a combo deck. So yeah, that's how I feel about it. It's not a bad deck. It's not a bad deck, but I'm not going to play that version of the deck, I'm pretty sure. Another deck I want to try today is Primite Odion. This deck is heavily inspired by the list that won YCS Lil in the TCG. The only difference between the two formats in this regard is we only have one copy of Pot of Extravagance. I believe this is probably the strongest version of Odion in Master Duel still. It's a little bit inconsistent because the deck is mainly hand traps and we lose out on Pot of Extravagance and Pot of Prosperity. I just kind of replaced them with more copies of the Apophis cards, so we have a better grind game, and I do think these can still work as pseudo starters because they get bodies onto the board at least to apply some pressure if you hand trap the opponent. But yeah. Stun Odion is probably better in Master Duel. Stun Odion is unplayable dog shit. Stun Odion is 50% win rate on the dot. Win going first, lose going second. You're not going to do anything with that deck. What about playing songs? You could play songs. You could play songs. Fiendsmith Odion is also an option, yeah. But once again, I think it's like the same problem, quote unquote, with Fiendsmith Odion, where you're making a deck that's now suddenly bad into Fuva, Droll, Maxi that isn't supposed to be bad into those cards. So I don't know. Can you not ash my Fuva, please? Nice. Ooh, Golden Scam Train. The hell's a Fabled Grimro doing there? Deck out angle? Wait, I get decked out by Fabled? I mean, not with this deck. I play infinite hand traps. I'm not getting decked out. Shut up. Not happening. Also, it's Fuba, not Maxi. Or can I draw monsters? All right, we have Mululu and Pan already. Now all we're waiting for is 5 mana. Ooh, hello. Hello. With Kyrie. Sure. Can I draw? Can I draw 5 mana? I guess this enables Baron. Maybe I shouldn't have. But I'm not sure if they play Baron. Hello, where 5 mana? Where 5 mana? I have no idea what the sequence is going into because it couldn't have made Desiree and Lacrima is already gone. But that's why I'm scared. Was probably going to go Aerial Eater and then do some craziness. Ah. Ah, 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 ah. Okay, we have Ash for card destruction now. That's one thing I was a little worried about. It's the end of the main phase. I mean, I'll do it. I don't care. They can use this effect now, but whatever. It's crazy to commit into that end board, by the way. It really is crazy. Fabled Nozochi. Okay. Uva just kills rogue decks. Yeah, good. Very good. I'm happy it does that. Will you play Archmage? Eventually, probably. No, not my trap card. I mean, it does not matter. It literally does not matter what I do here, so. Token. I guess I could have won that with any deck, but I think it is worth pointing out that Dracotail is one of the best Fuva decks in the game. Because you just have so many good things to draw into. Is Dracotail doing anything unfair outside the turn 0 plays? Seems like a pretty healthy deck. I mean, I think that is very subjective. I personally think the answer is no. I think Dracotail is a pretty healthy deck, as you said. But it is a pretty powerful deck too. Because for some people, any deck that is good equals broken. Anything that's meta is bad and shouldn't exist to some people. I personally don't feel that way about Dracotail. I was thinking about Fuvaing first there, but it's so obvious. And if I Fuva and Maxi, they probably just pass. Maybe I'm happy with that, but my mana. Ah. Probably Bell. Swift Scarecrow. What the hell? Cashier. What? What? What the hell is going on? Photon Lord. But the problem right now is I'm not playing through that. I am not playing through that right now. Okay. Well, I mean, I probably win that game because without a good, I mean, if I draw a spell card, if I draw any play there, I win on the spot. But I do win in the long run probably because the way it would go is I normal summon Mululu. They go activate the dude to negate it. I pass, and then on their turn, after their first action in main phase, I immediately go activate Mululu. They try to negate it. I Veiler, and then I cook probably because I had Urgula to pop the sarcophagus as well, so I was probably fine. Can you get a body over 36 in pure Dracotail? Probably not. When is man gameplay? Also today. I mean, we got time. Oh, nice hand going first. Awesome. Uwami and draw face. Oh, okay, good turn. Out of all the bricks, this is one of the better ones, I guess, because we have Magna, which could eventually be Engine. And we have Maxi, of course. Oh, okay. Well, the mirror match. It's Rizio? Huh? What's going on? What the fuck is happening? I can't check deck list in Duelist Cup. No, I can't. So we will never find out what happened there. But I don't know. Maybe we'll mark it down as an aura win, I guess. When Dracotail showcase? Maybe when I don't brick going first. Now. Okay, so this hand, I'm gonna normal summon Mululu here because this is safer into interruption. If I normal summon Lucius, I get ashed, I pass turn, it's awful. Against Imperm, Mululu is also better. Because if Mululu gets Impermed, I can still fuse on the opponent's turn. I'll try to leave the Mululu on the board. Because it's going to be an interruption on the opponent's turn. Probably just go Rahu and Ketu. So it's slightly awkward here that I already fused with Urgula, because I would like to go Rahu, send 5 mana from deck. Do you end with Seal a lot? Not that often, but sometimes in the pure version. I don't even play it in branded. So they have a response window, which has me worried a little bit. I kind of don't mind not having 5 mana in hand at the end of this turn. The worst case is it's 5 mana and their hand is like cracked. Like 5 mana with Urgula here is pretty insane. I'll go Flame. Flame and Sting probably, or it's not knowing the matchup. I think Flame and Horn. Against Malice, Horn is better. Which it could be, because they have, if the response window is March here, then yeah, let's go Horn. Please end phase, please! Please, no! Oh god, that's a problem. Ah, Pan and Mululu. Oh my god. That is really good. That is a big problem. Yeah. Genuinely, I think with a hand like that, I think it's better to go second in the mirror. I have very little counterplay to this. They just pop my Mululu and negate my Gulamel. Okay, wrong way around, but okay. No Ash, no Ash or Bell. Oh, thank God. Ah! I did not think they would hold that, but I mean, I have Bell for it. Nice. I think it's crazy to not use that on 5 mana. I guess it would stop their own 5 mana, so kind of understandable. But it's probably because they want to use their own 5 mana that turn and next turn. But yeah, okay. What do I fuse into? So I'm fusing away Mululu, which is nice because Mululu can negate the Arthalion if they make it. I could make Secretarion Dragon. I don't know if it's that important though. I'm gonna Urgula to pop the Rahu. Is it ever Arthalion? I could make Secretarion with the 2 in my hand and leave the Malulu on the board because I can use Malulu. It's negated, but I can still use it to trigger my Gula Mill. I think is an interesting line. Like I just make Secretarion. With these 2. Now they decide what to do. They go for Urgula. Okay. I guess it gives them 5 mana back. I mean, okay, the Urgula is Chainlink 1, so whatever I said, they can pop it. Ooh, they have Malulu. Okay. Ooh, that's good. Oh, they kept Urgula in hand. Okay. If I bring back Gulamel now... If I bring back Gulamel now, they can just negate it. However... They would not be negating my Secretarion then. Which is probably okay. So they still set 2 here, but they've already used Rahu. If I just Ash Ketu, they already used Ketu. If I just Ash Rahu, yeah, they are forced to negate the Secretarion. I can't activate this Gulamel anyways, but I think I just win here. Cannon 5 mana, fine. So this is Flame. Okay. So this is Flame, and this is Urgula in hand. So they, at the moment, have no interruption next turn. Yeah. Yeah, fine. Can the negated Malulu trigger Gulamel? It could have, but my Gulamel couldn't activate because they made their own Secretarion. But I still like making the Secretarion there because it forces them to make their own Secretarion, right? If I make Secretarion, they have to make Secretarion, and that situation is way more controllable for me. You play 1 or 2 Secretarions? I play 1. But in the pure version, you could play 2. I would have room for it, but I haven't really needed it yet. Okay, I have 5 mana, but unfortunately only 2 monsters with it. But my opponent is bricking. Okay, nice. Awesome. Because I don't want to craft another UR? Yeah, that's fair. Okay, we get ashed on Ketu, fine. Activate Fiminia. Pain Maxi, also fine. I wish I had 2 different Dracotails in hand right now. That would be much better. Do you think 3 nibs is correct with a lot of Dracotail going around? So in some ways, I think it's fine to draw nib in the mirror because you can just fuse with it. It's not the end of the world, but it is really good in other matchups. Okay, so I think it's just flame. Why no Frixel in pure? You can play Frixel. Is this a 24-hour stream? What makes you think that? I guess that's not worth Dracotail horning. Okay, so what are the odds they're gonna normal summon a Kashtira? Not high, right? Okay, well they weren't they were not high, but dude, this is it's such an insane series of things to happen. Because they didn't have a play on the first turn, so they got 2 draws, 1 of Max C, 1 for turn. So the 2 draws were specifically Unicorn and Fenrir for this to play out this way. And then I was like, okay, it's fine as long as the horn goes through. So they also needed Ash on top of this, a second copy. Doesn't Birth solo our fusion spells? Not really. But I have Flame. That's a great play. It is Orcust after all. Which actually makes this a pretty good play. Oh, never mind. It was a second unicorn, so they had a play turn one? I'm confused. Oh shit! Yeah, that's a problem. Their deck is sloppier than I thought. The player was to bell sequence and use nib after. Potentially, yeah. I was kind of... It kind of threw me off, that sequence with the Fenrir. It kind of... Yeah. Problem is that they can still summon Dingirsu to send one of my cards. Unless I bounce it now. I can bounce Dingirsu now. And resolve Mululu, I guess. Ketu into Frixel. I don't play Frixel in pure. It's got to be Urgula here. Playing into Crown, it's negated, gamers. My cards have text on them. I did not expect that card, but at the same time, I did not expect them to freaking pop the worst possible thing they could have popped. They could have just popped Rahu and I probably would have lost. I just special this because it's big. Only pops face ups. Oh, it does only pop face ups, right? Well, we should not have won that one, but we did. This deck is unstoppable after its resource loop. Bro, no! We should have lost that game 10 times. It's stoppable if you understand what you're doing. The takeaway from that game is not, oh, Dracotail is unstoppable. Bro, we should have lost easily. Oh. Okay, that probably means they are cooking already. That's not good for me. Oh. Or it just means they drew Saji. I mean, they were never going to be stopped by my hand. Impossible with that hand. They had pre-prep Saji. Yeah. So far, pre-prep Saji and the ritual spell. I mean, okay, actually, if I ash pre-prep and Valor Saji, and they don't have a ritual monster, then I could be fine. But that's a super hard read to make. They can still mirror the Futsu now. Not looking good. I think if you draw 5 mana, it's theoretically winnable. Yeah, but I basically need them to have nothing in hand. Which is unlikely because Mitsu has a lot of good non-engine. How is the pure Mitsu matchup for Dracotail? It's okay if you draw Nib, I think, but it's mainly also... The problem is basically Dracotail is a deck with a lot of fair hand traps. Like the Valor I just used is basically just hand looping myself. But the matchup is fine, I think. Especially if you draw Valor, if you draw Ash, Bell, Nib kind of cards. But, yeah. It's doable. But probably not here. If they negate this with the trap, then it's GG. I mean, it's risky to use the trap on Mululu because if I have Ketu or Rahu, I can keep cooking, but at the same time, you just can't risk that. Like, the Mululu is just too much pressure. Why aren't you running Droll? Because it's not very good in the mirror. But other than that, and Malice, which I'm sure both are still relevant decks, but... This could be a cool Secretarion, couldn't it? Because I'm fusing Lucius and Pan. I could then bring the Lucius back with the Secretarion. The standard play would just be make Arthalion, and then Blazing Cartesia makes the Link 1, and then you make Seals. How good is Secretarion instead here? Yeah, let's try it. How many Cartesias? I just play one Cartesia right now. I just wanted one extra starter or one extra card to fuse with, basically. But now, if I want to make seals, I have to link off the Secretarion Dragon. Unless I want to use Phimena, but I don't want to use Phimena. Not yet. Or not at all this turn. I just want a Rahu. Frost Sheep seems good. Does it? No, it doesn't. That is good. Probably fine, but I'm just not going to have traps. That's okay. Why not use Phimena? What do you want to do with Phimena? Why not Phimena for Arthalion? Without... No, no. I think it's completely fine what I have here. Double Veiler plus Cartesia Fuse plus Seals Bounce. I think I'm okay. I can even go, I can Seals Summon Pan. I can Seals Summon Pan and then fuse it with Cartesia. I think it's fine. The end of the main phase. They have called by for seals? No. Okay. Okay, I guess if I summon whatever now, they can run over it, so I shouldn't get Pan. I could get Urgula for follow-up, or I probably just Magnamood in rotation. Magnamood in rotation is nice against the Fiendsmith deck, because even if they run over it, I haven't used its effect in hand yet, so I can still grab it back with Arthalion and use it. Ooh. Archmage. Okay. Fine. Shuffle a monster back. Wait. You don't have to show the monster? That's not correct, is it? I should see what they shuffled back, no? That's kind of crazy. Is it like that in TCG? How would you even resolve that in TCG? Just trust me, bro. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure in TCG you have to show. Maybe in Master Duel it's fine because the client is coded in such a way where it works. But yeah. Red Reboot. Archmage Power Patron. Oh, they haven't normal summoned yet. Okay. During the main phase, quick effect, fusion summon an Archmage. And still normal summon. This has to discard spell traps. Can the Power Patron use cards from hand? Monsters from your hand or field. Okay, so bouncing the Medius doesn't do anything, so I can just bounce my Veiler. I'm bouncing the Lacrima because I want them to have less types on the board, right? For the Archmage effects. Gotta wait to bounce the Patron. I can't bounce the Patron because it's a quick effect. Sure, whatever. Thank you. Yeah, I feel like I'm catching a cold. It's unfortunate. Pretty good. Kulusa, I think, with a 26-month. Master Duel good again? I mean, it's fine. It's a lot better. I'll give him that. It is a lot better. I will protect my Dracotail horn. If they change fusion effect, I will Valor that one as well. MD is never good while Malice is still a deck. I mean, you can say the same thing about TCG though. Malice, I think Malice in Master Duel and Malice in TCG are now at relatively similar power level. Like, they're still top tier decks, but is Archmage good? Archmage is fine, but not top tier. Ooh, okay, that's neat. Make this a light fiend. Now we can make Lacrima with the Lacrima in hand. Hooking. I do believe, even though I Valored this, I think they are still locked into fusions. This is a condition, right? Does that go away if it's negated? I'm not sure. But I think so. They are not? Oh, okay. Yep. Okay. Question answered. Oh no, that is a fusion. That. Yeah, that's a problem. So cannot be destroyed by card effects. Why is my timer so low? They set a fusion spell. What's the card in their hand again? They return something with Lacrima. Get Urgula. Okay, sweet. I think we are beyond Gucci here. Can you play one Frixel in pure? I mean, yeah, of course you can. I just chose not to, but it's completely fine to play one. Can you explain why not? Just space. There's no deep reason to it. I prefer drawing cards like Urgula and Pan with my 5 mana. So that's why I prioritized playing more copies of them. But it's completely fine to play a Frixel. This might be a mistake because I'm not sure if maybe this card has an effect when it's destroyed, but I'm too lazy to go read it. Nope. Okay. Is Megistus Dracotail not the best? No, I don't think so. I think if you use Megistus Dracotail, you're basically throwing all of the advantages that Dracotail has out of the window to make it a combo deck. So, like, yes, it is the Dracotail version with the highest ceiling, but if I want to play a Dracotail, if I want to play a combo deck, I'm not playing Dracotail. I'm playing, like, I don't know, Gem Knights or Malice or Mitsurugi Raziel or Onomat Raziel, but I'm not playing Dracotail. What about Megistus Dracotail with just Crowley like in TCG? You can maybe play like a smaller Megistus package in Dracotail just as like a fusion engine. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Every time I draw 5 mana, it's without other Dracotails, man. It's so annoying. Oh god, Runic Tip. Okay. And I draw Horn. Okay, I do think it's Runic Stun. For the love of God, give me Dracotail monsters. I mean, so far no stunning has happened, so I'm happy about that. I'm a little sad. I thought I was gonna able to force through the Lucius. Okay. Okay, I have no Ash, no Bell. I lost Urgula. Gulamel is not going to be able to activate because they're going to trigger Fountain as Chainlink 2. I think I'm forced to do this. Definitely getting rid of Valor. I think I'm also getting rid of Maxi. Serious question, how do we out towers? We don't. Not every deck needs to do everything to be viable. It's okay to have some bad matchups. Yeah, we just try to not let him summon that. That's what we do. Does Called By cook this deck sometimes? Called By is good against it. Yeah, it doesn't like completely cook it, but that is actually more annoying than I'm willing to admit. I have to banish. Actually, no, it's one card. Okay, that's fine. Just Odion. I thought I had to go down to 1 for a second, which would have been annoying, but with 2 cards, I'm fine. Okay, I think the game is over. It was stun all along. I mean, maybe we haven't seen any floodgates. I would assume they played some. Maybe they were just trying to play Runic with hand traps because they had Songs of the Dominators and I have no idea. It wasn't working is what I saw. Actually, I feel like, okay, because I queued up, let's do one more game, but then let's switch to... Do you guys want to see more Dracotail? We can try Branded, or we play Odion. Because I did say I wanted to try multiple decks today. We can do some manning. Ooh, awesome going first hand. So going Arthalion first here is kind of meh because I'm only using 1 card from my hand and it's Urgula, and I feel like I could just go Gulamel first, use Urgula and Lucius, then use Urgula to add Lucius back to hand and play from there. Gonna be locked into fusions here, of course. The Fuvas are completely dead, but if the setup goes through, it's still pretty strong. Well, thank you. Is there an out to Liger dancer with Dracotails? No. No, there isn't. Was that droll? I feel like you should have drolled if you had it. Why do people care about Liger so much? Because it's a good card that, if possible, you would like to respect it. I mean, I do think it's understandable. Okay, nice. Made it to end phase. They had a toggle somewhere, I feel like, but it wasn't 5 mana, apparently. Why not fuse Lucius? Because I already had used its graveyard effect. Okay. Now I wish I had gone for Sting. But, I mean, Horn is also pretty good against this deck. Yeah, Mysterion is pretty good in this matchup. Okay. Out of all the sequences to go with this hand, this was certainly one of them. Special award legacy from your hand. Okay. Congratulations, you have a crown. You think Red Reboot is good in the current meta? I think Red Reboot is fine, but you need to play a deck that like kills the opponent insta, right? Because they have a lot of card advantage after you reboot them. But Reboot is fine because like Mitsurugi usually plays the trap, Malice plays a couple of traps. Against Dracotail, it's decent. Like it's a playable card for sure. Or I guess you don't have to be able to kill them all the time, but you need a deck that's really good at clearing the back row after they get free back row. Because like for example, Dracotail, if you reboot them and then they just get to keep all of those traps, their follow-up turn is going to be pretty good. But yeah. Okay. Dracotail doing fine. Let's do some manning. Let's man up. Now this here is, in my opinion, the most promising version of the deck. This is the deck that won YCS Lil, basically, which is Primite Odion. Just a few notes on some of the changes I've made to the list, if you've seen the TCG one. In the TCG, they played more pots. I think the list had double Extrav and Prosperity. I can't do that in Master Duel, so we're losing some consistency. I wasn't sure about replacing that with more copies of the man. You could play more man, but I just have more normal summons then, and I have more cards that clash with Dominus Impulse. So I just added more copies of the traps. I believe the version that won the YCS played 2 copies of this and 1 copy of this. Yeah. That's basically it. How do you feel about songs? You could play songs, but it conflicts with other hand traps, of course. I'm not opposed to trying it at some point. Like maybe if we just not end up liking these, then yeah, we should probably play a Silhouette Rabbit. That's a good point. I was struggling to fill the extra deck with cards that make sense, because also the deck played Baguska as well, and we don't have Baguska, but it's fine. But yeah. Let's jump in. I haven't really played this deck much after YCS Lil, because there was a ban list shortly after, the one with all the floodgates, so it changed the format a little bit, but yeah. I saw people run Pot of Duality. Yeah, maybe. I mean, the idea is just basically hand trap the opponent to death and draw a lot and play a lot of engines that are good, like grindy, like Primite and Man, right? Like this. I guess the annoying part is that Delta, the driver is going to be banished, so the Gamma is going to be dead. Bro. I have to do it. It sucks, but I have to impulse it. I've now locked myself completely for the rest of the game to play without monster effects, but... And that's not good. Yeah. No, I guess we start walking. So essentially, if you're wondering why Dominus Impulse is even in this deck, if this is something that can happen, the reason is that you can still win these simplified game states as long as you just hand trap the opponent with other engines. Like, Ether Barrel sucks after you have Dominus Impulse, but Lordly Load still gives you Drill Beam. So from here on out, basically, if they top deck a play, we now have Drill Beam for it, which is good. So it really is, and the same thing goes, of course, Man is dead after you use Dominus Impulse, but the Temple of the Kings or whatever, no, not the Temple, the Treasure of the King is not. That card is very much alive. So now we just try to walk this home. This is literally how this deck is supposed to play. Why do people play Trumpeteer? Just because it's a tuner, I think you can in theory make like Cyframe Lord Omega or something. I've seen people do this with level 6 tuners in Master Duel, like Labradorite Dragon, because it, what's it called? Because you can make Baron. Okay, nothing I make can activate. I guess this is where Baguska is also really good, because Baguska has a continuous effect. Baguska has a continuous effect, and that works even after you Dominus, right? So Baguska would be really good here. I'm not sure if there's another rank 4 that has a similar job as Baguska. I'm not aware of that. We might as well set this. It can't be used. It's banned. I know. That's why I'm talking about it. And there you go. That's the deck. That's how you win going second. All right. Besides the driver, this is a good hand. So essentially, the way I see it is you don't really care if the engine you draw is Primite or Man. Both are good. Both are fine. Both win you the grind game as long as you can stop the opponent. Okay. I was gonna use Lordly Load. Okay. I think I'm supposed to use this now. So it adds itself back next turn. Yeah. And then just call it a day. I guess now we really hope that Maxi Ash Bell is good enough. We could die here. Luke, yes. No. I do think one of the things I dislike about this deck is I think it's best against what's it called? It's best against Mitsurugi. It's not as good against Dracotail. It's fine against Dracotail, I think, if you can, especially if you can set up Drill Beam. But it's not your desired matchup, because I do think as soon as... Why is this 2 so small? Has my game crashed? Or are they thinking? Oh no, it's because we're resolving 3 over there. Okay. Kieran! Okay. Ideally, I'm not using Impulse this turn, so my Ether Barrel comes back. I would really like to not use that this turn, if I can. The anti-Dracotail tech is Dimensional Fissure? Yeah, I guess. I think the problem with that is it doesn't work going second, because if they set up something, they can always chain Phimena to Dimensional Fissure, and then just pop it with Gulamel. That wasn't worth giving me another card. Also, did you target? What did you target with Arthalion? You targeted Sharon and then activated Sharon. That's insane. I think Tierlist players have officially lost their minds. I think that they might not have a mind. Okay, if I impulse this, they have nothing. Literally nothing. 0. But I also lock myself out of getting my Ether Barrel. How bad is it? I mean, Ether Barrel doesn't do anything, though. No, I have to impulse it. I have to impulse it. I have to impulse it. I can Typhon, yeah, because they summoned this. Yeah. I think I win from here. Most likely. That's a lot of impulse. So Typhon... Does Typhon need an extra deck monster? It does not. So I could just... I mean, okay, Bell is dead anyways. Bell is dead anyways. Because I impulsed from hand. But... I think I could just call Trumpeteer, summon it, make Typhon attack Dragostapelia, and then I can still I don't have to use the bell for Typhon. It's better to use this. Declare. Behold my most powerful deck, Impulse Turbo. It's crazy, right? Because when you talk about this deck, it seems like absolute nonsense. But it freaking won the YCS, and it really isn't. It works, man. I mean, most of the time, it works. Now they have an Urgula in hand. What are they gonna draw from here on out to beat double Impulse over the course of multiple turns? Oh wait, that is crazy. Fiendsmith, Dracotail? What the fuck? That is a good draw. Oh, there's Tierlist in there too, right? Of course. Yeah, that might outgrind. That might genuinely just fucking outgrind me. It's insane that just happened. Bad idea asking what he could possibly draw. Yeah, dude, I take it back. I learned my lesson. Come on, Fiendsmith, man. All right, Bell burn. Solid work, Bell. Nice. Man is dead. Can I just draw the freaking... I played 3 of the stupid-ass field spell, man. Do I have game somehow? This summons in defense. I impulsed, so... If I bounce the Lacrima to hand... Rabbit to set. Rabbit is... Guys, please. Please, one time. Brain, one time. One time the use of the brain, please. It's probably just SP, but there's double engraver. Is the problem. SP redoer. SP call normal summon redoer, yeah. Which way is more damage? If I should attack first. So normal summon mark. No effect. Oh wait, I should not attack the Lacrima, should I? Should I attack the Lacrima? I should have SP'd the Requiem first and then attacked the Lacrima. That's bad. But now I'm in battle phase, so what do I do? Do I just attack it? SP first and then kill it was the play. I clicked battle phase too fast. Okay, that's not good. Okay, then I should at least bounce it back to hand, so they don't have it on the field already. Yeah. It would still be better for me if it was in the graveyard. This was kind of throwing. Get rid of this. All trump. Make redoer. Okay, this could have been better if the Lacrima was in the graveyard right now, but it's still okay, I think. Give me a spell or or a trap. Okay. So do I impulse engraver again? I guess I do. I guess I do. Okay, Urgula, Lacrima, +1. Urgula, Lacrima, +1. See, and now I lose. Now I lose because the freaking Lacrima is in hand and not in the graveyard. I literally beat that if the Lacrima is not in hand. Yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad. If I put the Lacrima in grave, this is literally GG. I just SP the Mululu. If I SP banish now... If I SP banish now, they just use the 2 from hand. It's Urgula and Lacrima. I think I lose no matter what I do now. I think it's GG. I think I get fucked no matter what I do. That's my bad. Do I run with Redoer? I think I do. I just hope I live. I shouldn't live, but they are locked into fusions. They can't fuse with Ketu. I think if they do it properly, I definitely die. It depends a little bit on their extra deck as well. Maybe they don't play enough Dracotail fusions because it is some kind of fusion slop. They play Fiendsmith and Tierlements. The Baguska would definitely help it a lot, I think. Yeah. Doesn't the fusion come back from grave? Well, it's banished. So why didn't we SP just in case they didn't have 2 monsters in hand? Because I knew the monsters in hand. I knew that there was a Lacrima because I bounced it with Typhon. And that's why I said it was my bad, because I only had to bounce it because I messed up. I should have just ran over it. Engraver was such a hard card. Engraver was insane, to be fair. In my defense, Engraver was insane, but I can't really complain about it because I think I had it and I just messed it up. Because I clicked battle phase too quickly. Because in my head, it was like, well, I might as well attack for some damage before I SP. But then I realized, I didn't have, I can't run over the Lacrima. It looks like they are not going for game though, somehow. I think. This deck seems so fragile. It's a little fragile, I guess, yeah, but it's not too bad, I think. What can we draw? I mean, we do get SP and Redoer back in end phase. But yeah, at this point, with the 3 traps for them, it's probably GG's. Yeah, I messed it up. I think I had it, but at this point, I think it's not possible. I think Zeus was possible too. Guys, I swear, I might never play a deck with a Dominus card in it because chat becomes literally unbearable whenever I use a Dominus card. It's insane. Yeah, that's my bad though. I think that's probably a win if I don't mess that up. Is Pure Man viable with reasoning? Look, I haven't tried the other versions, but I'm gonna be honest with you. All the other versions of Odion either seem like worse combo decks or just straight up impossible to win with going second. So I don't have that much faith in those versions of the deck. Nice. Maybe Super Poly is a good choice. No, I don't think you understand the idea behind this deck. It is basically hand trap control. It very much, if your opponent makes a board with this deck, you probably already lost, which is likely to happen in this game because I didn't draw any hand traps. I'm playing like over 20. But for the most part, you try to prevent your opponent from making a board. You're not trying to break a board. It's like Fiendsmith control, but with engines that are not bad into Maxi or Fuva. I think is one way to put it. This is like Fiendsmith control. Well, yeah. Every Duelist Cup, Josh tries different flavors of Hand Trap Turbo. This deck is literally not my idea. I know you're just trying to be funny, but it's not working. This deck literally won a YCS in the TCG not even 2 months ago. So it is a working territory. It's a working concept. That's been proven. It does work. If it's pure Orchest, maybe there's a chance, because my hand is not that bad. Except for the fact that I feel like I've drawn a vanilla the last 3 games in a row. I'm just an impulse denier. Turning off the mana and contact fusion recursion hurts too much. I don't think that's true. I think once again you are interpreting this deck wrong. I think you don't understand that it's not actually an Odion deck. It's hand trap control, and Dominus Impulse is one of the most powerful hand traps they've ever made, if not the most powerful one. So you just play literally 1 copy of Man. You play 1 copy of Man, 3 copies of this, and this card can still win you the game, even if you Dominus Impulse beforehand. You just stop the opponent, and then if you... Because the thing is, think about the game state that you try to reach with this deck, right? You try to hand trap the opponent to the point where they just pass turn, so they don't have plays. So if you then set up Omni Negates in the form of the Apophis Trap or the Primite Drill Beam, you cover their top deck, basically, right? You just... You try to hand trap them to the point where they can't play, and then you try to have an engine that resets an Omni Negate every turn, right? And that's what this card does, and that's what Primite does, right? And that's why that's why this deck works even with Dominus Impulse, because your spell cards are the cards that are doing the work. And I do think that ultimately is the only concept that I see working for this Duelist Cup for me. Like, I don't think I'm going to be playing Fiendsmith Odion or something at this, because I just don't see the advantage, right? Because if you're playing Fiendsmith Odion, you're just basically playing like a mid-rangey combo deck that's kind of sucks into Fuva and has a bunch of trap cards in the deck when you go second. So it's just a worse combo deck. Which is fine if you just want to play Odion and that just happens to be your favorite version of it. Totally okay, but I'm just looking for the best version to potentially play in the Duelist Cup. And I just don't think any of those are that. I think this concept could work. Is the set Crescendo? The set is Crescendo. I was hoping they would do that. I was really hoping they would do that. probably means they play the Fiendsmith in Paradise. Okay. Oh no, they're just sending Graver. Add a monster that mentions Temple of the Kings from your deck to your hand. Okay, since I drew double normal summon, I'm not able to use this turn, but it is what it is. Summoning with Lordly Load is kind of pointless here, right? Because they just send it with Dingirsu. In general, I'm not sure if this feels winnable. Because their next turn is going to be pretty strong, and I don't have that much defense to put up. If I can somehow survive this next turn, then I think I might be okay. Chances for that are not great, though. What were the pots they were playing in TCG? They played 2 Extrav, 1 Prosp, and then Master Duel we just have 1 Extrav. I'm not sure what a good replacement would be for the... I mean, I've seen people play Pot of Duality, which I think is just significantly worse going second. Because you can't summon... Also going first, you just can't summon a vanilla with Lordly Load. I think that is a problem. Not sure what I'm doing here. There's no way I win this. There's no way they can fumble this that bad. They even know what the face down is. Why are you making moon? Oh, you have a light fiend in hand. Okay. Sure. Wait, what? Oh, you shuffled back Lacrima. I thought that was engrave. Sure. Okay. Don't know what the point of that was. That's a lot of damage. Oh, please. Stop just clicking buttons, man. Oh my god. So many buttons. Crazy, they really managed for it to not be game. That is very impressive. Also barely have any interruptions. They just have the take from Enlil Girsu. But it's honestly, it might still be friggin' enough. They still have not found the solution to put, or like the way to put friggin' Girsu in the grave and then summon it. Yeah, I can't really do anything about this. Actually, no. Now they cannot take right now, which is kind of awkward, I guess. I'm not sure how this helps me, though. It doesn't really. Because I'm too small to run over this anyways. Bro. It's infuriating because they're just clicking every single button and doing the worst action possible, and I can't beat it. I can't do anything. Because my hand was ass. It's infuriating. Yeah, I lose, whatever. Detective? I mean, no, it's not the deck. I can beat that deck. It's just the hand was ass. The issue with this Odion deck, the engine doesn't do anything. I mean, yeah, I said it earlier. If your opponent makes a board, you lose the game most of the time, unless it's a very small board. Cool. I mean, this alone is not full combo, is it? But if they ash the Maxi, they probably have some plans with it. I think the difference between the format at YCS Lille, where this deck won, and the current format in Master Duel is that the current Master Duel decks are just harder to stop with pair hand traps. What the fuck are you doing? Do you just not play tracked, I guess? How are you seeing Fiendsmith every game? Yeah, I don't know. I didn't realize Fiendsmith was this popular right now. I mean, it probably isn't that popular. I'm just running into a lot of them randomly. Off the Leger line. Thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. It's a long time. I appreciate that. I guess what I'm hoping is that they are using this to go into Sprint for Crystal Rose because they want to access Gem Knight that way. And I can purge the Nepi Rim. So to deny access to gems, but at the same time, they already have so much material on the board. They probably make a board I can't beat. Bobby 350, thank you for the prime. Welcome back. They just make quartz then? Yeah, it's probably not good. I mean, Gem Knight is okay, good. Whatever, man. That doesn't count. We don't even count that as a win. I have no idea what happened. Nicely done. Thank you. I worked very hard for that one. Bro, can I go first, maybe? Like, ever? Okay, I guess it's okay that I'm going second. Never mind. I take it back. It's all right. It's okay. I'm fine. It's okay. Force, man, dude. Every time. This sucks because they probably just won't play this turn, which is, I guess, the good news. But the bad news is how do I win from this spot? Not gonna be easy. Tell you that much. Yeah. And now what? I guess that's pretty good. What do they have? Another Femena? It's still not great because man is small. Ash it. Please ash it. How much defense is man? Does man have? Oh man, yeah, we lost. Oh, it's just an artifact? Okay. Oh, it's 1k, 1k. Okay. They said horn. I have no idea why. But I think it's probably good enough. Yeah. The thing is, like, you might look at these games and be like, oh, well, you lost this game because Impulse locked yourself. No, if I didn't have Impulse, I would have lost the game already. I would have already been completely dead. So, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Because if in that exchange where they go normal summon Lucius and I chain Imperm and they chain Femena, if I don't have Impulse, the game is over. No matter how many man effects I can resolve for the rest of the game. It does not matter. There's no other card that's gonna help me there. It wasn't a guaranteed loss, is the thing. If they didn't have a second copy of Femena in hand, this game was very winnable. That's the difference. Yeah, we lose to this Penta shit. It would be nice to be able to go first maybe once with a Primite or treasure card. But so far, I think we've gone second like 4 or 5 games in a row now. And we've still won some of them, so it's whatever. It's okay. Can I ask why we preemptively max seed? I max seed in response to my own impulse. It was dead after anyways. So, yeah, that's why. Nice. Much defense is this? 1800 defense. Okay, 4 cards against Impulse and Deity. Okay. Okay, so here a second target for the treasures would have been really nice. A second man would have cooked this game, I think. It's probably fine regardless. And then I'm thinking Lambda. Lambda for Delta. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so they've drawn 1 extra card, but compared to last turn, we now have 1 extra negate and Delta. So two extra negates, basically. So we should be okay, is what I'm thinking. And now we have a lot less. The fuck is happening, man? Okay. Alright, that was not the matchup I was expecting, but we did win it. This deck feels very I do like you guys know I vibe with the hand trap control concept. I like that, but it feels very shaky in the current format. But shaky does not necessarily mean bad. But it is very it feels very, especially going second, I feel like it's very hard to stop these decks. But yeah. And also it seems like I just can't draw like one starter. It's gotta be like it's either 15 Primite cards or 15 Odion cards or none. There's no in between. All right, free real estate. Take it. Yeah, this hand, once again, this hand is giga ass because it's just basically three duplicates, as well as a dead Apophis. Which this is the only bad card out of the entire Odion deck to draw in this hand. If it was Man, I would have summoned Man instead of this. If it was the other trap, that would have been fine because that's a negate. So like, yeah, really annoying. So, I have Lordly Load to reveal for Drill Beam. So I can make a rank 4 or an Omega here. So Redoer or Omega, I think I'm choosing Omega. I think Omega is nicer. Alright, summon Omega Lul. Watch this be an extender for my Malice opponent. I'm gonna lose my shit. Oh, the Ice Rizzler. The Ice Rizzler needs to be taken out back. Goodbye. Sometimes it can be that simple sometimes. But to be fair, they didn't need to scoop. I don't know. Because next turn, I was not going to win next turn. I was going to reset the Drill Beam, though. Your Duelist Cup streams are so fun to watch even without cam. Hate chatter, but thank you. Will you talk to us this time? I haven't really decided yet on how I'll stream it. Maybe I'll do it both. I mean, I can switch between the two, right? I can turn on my camera when I feel like it, and I can turn it off when I don't feel like it. That's probably what I'm doing. Alright, I leave. This hand is not worth playing. This deck has more hands that are just like auto losses than Dracotail, for sure. Like, bro, the fucking vanillas are haunting me because it's 2 as well. Like, I'm just annoyed by that. That's my biggest problem with Primate. Like, I love that engine for how grindy it is, but like friggin' playing vanillas in 2025, it feels so bad. Just don't play the Psyframes. Yeah, but like, they work in this deck. They are good. That's the problem. Sometimes stuff that's optimal to play still feels bad. because playing Gamma might be correct because Gamma is broken, but of course drawing Driver feels bad. It's just high variance shit happening. This hand is good. I won't complain about this hand. But yeah, Spenta freaking annoys me as well. Alright, and we lost. Most likely. I mean, I guess I have Bell and Ash for 2 of the Dracotail traps, so maybe with this specific hand, I might be okay. Okay, they fused 3, so this Imperm gets more value as well. Fine. This is a win? This is not a win yet. Because they sent Lucius and Urgula, so they can still go Urgula, add back Lucius, normal summon it. They can still set Ketu and activate it, so it's not that simple, no. I guess I could bell the Urgula to add back the Lucius. But then they still have Ketu for Lucius anyways if they want to, so I'm not sure. Horn, Ketu. If I bell this, they activate Ketu. If the last... They have already... whatever, man. I don't think this is a winning game state, but I'll... If they activate Ketu for Lucius now, they can search a 5 mana. I have Ash for Dracotail Horn. But Urgula remains in grave is also a big problem here. Oh, they don't even go for Lucius. Okay. Spenta is such a stupid card, man. Such a stupid card. They are locked into fusions, but still, I'm probably not winning that. Oh, this special's Lucius. Okay, yeah, this is way too broken. I can't beat this. Oh, it is negated. Okay. Okay. Well, that didn't add that much to the end board. Nice. A useless card, man. I love that. Man being good is just a scam. I mean, to be fair, if you don't draw Maxi or a Fuva against this deck, like I had Ash Imperm Bell, which is not a bad hand, and it just still puts up all that. It's just pretty, yeah. I mean, I'm not winning that if my deck is Dracotail either, for example. Probably. I mean, maybe, but probably not. What was that? I still lose, by the way, most likely, but that was kind of crazy. They didn't fuse a single Dracotail to reset stuff. I mean, they still get Lucius back here, so they're probably fine, but that was kind of wild. Is Fiendsmith Odion good? It's fine, yeah. It's not my favorite deck, but it's playable. Okay, no Dracotail in hand is good for me. Please pop the Typhon, nice. So that they can't use Ketu to fuse, that's good for me as well. Do I die to this? Ketu cannot fuse now. And they've already normal summoned Lucius, so this Ketu, I mean, they can add Phimena, but that's not great. If I'm winning this, it's only because they don't really know what they're doing, to be fair. I should really not be winning this, if I am winning it. I'm not sure even. But yeah, that's crazy. It's once again not a great draw. I mean, I haven't won this yet by any means. I'm still not, it's not looking too great, actually. Yeah. But this should not be a Dracotail in hand, right? Because they didn't have a Dracotail last turn. They fused with Bell. Yeah, it's Ash. It's Ash? Okay. This game has left me very confused. Add back Ash now. Okay. Are you gonna Ash me trying to summon a vanilla? Yes. Okay. I don't understand what's happening, but I'm happy about it. Trap Spider, banish Arthalion. I mean, I can, but that triggers Gulamel Engrave. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that gets me anywhere. I can make Link Spider and then make Silhouette Rabbit. But that also brings back Gulamel. I do get the other Apophis Trap, which is better. My back row is clogged, though. I think I definitely activate it. But the question is, what do I make from here? I do think it probably is just SP. Banish the Arthalion, and the Gulamel I can probably deal with in another fashion. Redoer? No, that one is level 6. I can't banish Gulamel with this. If I target Gulamel, they just chain it to summon it. What was that quick effect? I don't know. Max C maybe? Ooh, I did play into Typhon, but Typhon's not a problem. Nice. Yeah, okay, fair. I would also rather concede than bounce my own Typhon there. I would also rather, yeah, I feel that. That's fair enough. Okay, well, I mean, I guess we are winning a decent amount with this deck, but not as much as I was hoping for, honestly. It's fine. You know, I do think overall positive. But yeah. Games are fun though. I mean, I do like when you get to like super simplified game states with hand trap decks like this. I do like that. A few things. I think I would like a second man, even though you have a lot of normal summons, but I think for the grind game I want a second man. And I'm also wondering how bad this card would be. Songs of the Dominators. Because in a grind game, this card can go really hard, because if you already have a trap in the grave, you can add a Dominus for free, whichever one is best for the matchup. So you literally trade 2 for 1 in a longer game. So I think it'd be interesting. Bell has been very mediocre in this deck because there is not as much Mitsurugi. And I think this card in this deck is not good against Dracotail. Because the reason why this card is good in other decks against Dracotail is because you just push through their trap cards with your engine. This deck does not really have engine anyways. It's just hand trap control basically. So yes, if somehow your opponent just has one Dracotail Flame and you can bell that, it's good for you. But for the most part, if they make a board and set the traps, you probably lose anyways. So Bell does not stop the Dracotail deck from playing. So I could see cutting the bells for the songs. But yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. Then we're gonna do some branded Dracotail games, and then I also still want to record a tier list for the current Master Duel format and for the Duelist Cup. So I'll be right back. Okay, yeah. I think if I would keep playing this deck today, I would try this just to see how it would go. I don't have the songs right now, and I want to play some branded Dracotail, but this is how we might still test this in upcoming streams at some point. Okay, branded Dracotail. This is the list we're working with. This is pretty standard when it comes to branded Dracotail, I think. I am not super familiar with the Anaconda lines in this deck. Also, we don't have Fallen and the Virtuous, so we can't do anything fancy with that. But other than that, this is basically just Dracotail, but with extra branded starters, basically. Is this better than Fiendsmith Control? It's hard to say. Better in some ways, worse in others. I mean, the vanillas definitely are annoying. It's better into Maxi, for sure. No Bell in this one. You could swap Veiler for Bell. I'm not sure which one's better. If there's more Dracotail, then Bell is better. If there's more other stuff, then Veiler is better. If there's more Mitsu as well, then Bell is better. Okay, we have no non-engine, except for... nothing makes me more angry than drawing 5 mana, Pan, and no monster. It's so infuriating. See, if someone had told me that this was how it was going to go, I would have started the game and then gone to the toilet. But... is it worth to throw in something for Red Albion to grab? No, definitely not. Who uses prayers in standby phase? I think they just missed the toggle. But yes, you're correct. Normally you're supposed to use it in draw phase. Is Mourner a consideration since it also covers turn 0 Arthalion? Mourner is a lot better in Master Duel than it is in the TCG, yes, because of the ruling difference, where on your own turn it actually is a useful card. So maybe Mourner is okay, yeah. I could see it. Have you looked at that Azamina deck going around? Not yet, but we will. We have a lot of Master Duel, and in general, I'm going to stream a lot more consistently these next 2 weeks, so don't worry, we'll get to all that. We will get to all that before the Duelist Cup. begins. Okay, so is this pure Mitsu or are we getting slopped? Oh, yep, stop. Cool. Does this negate effect or activation? Oh, negates effect. Cool. Can't even use Ketu again. They have the trap in hand already, right? Not beating that. I'm starting to think this Habakiri fellow is a problem. I genuinely don't understand why they keep doing this, because Spenta is the exact same thing. Like, Spenta might be cool in Magistus, but in every other deck it gets used, it's just toxic. Habakiri is the exact same. Pure Mitsu, completely fine. Everything else, disgusting. So, I don't know. Oh, look, it's double Fuva going first. Cool. Yeah, that's pretty bad for me. I mean, normally this would be fine if I had more Dracotails in hand, but I do not. So, I guess it's Rahu fuse the other Fuva to get some value at least. This could have been a Verte hand, maybe. Because I could have normal summoned the Fuva and made Verte. The question is, do I get a trap card? Or do I get Ketu for normal summon Lucias so that my Femena has cool stuff to fuse with? I think it's Ketu. I think I don't go for a trap here. The traps are way too easy to outplay. I think I need this because it gives me more follow-up and it just gets my engine rolling. I haven't normal summoned, have I? Always trap my guy? You sound like I don't want to be your guy. Is there a playlist of the songs that play on stream? Yep. Exclamation mark playlist. I don't know if I care about this. Oh, okay. I might care about that. Once per turn, add temple or a spell that mentioned. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Do this. I'll add a Veiler back. Is Veiler worth it? I don't think Veiler is worth it. I think I just add follow-up. Yeah. It's Odion. I guess Veiler would be good if it's Odion Fiendsmith, which it could be. That is a version of the deck. I am probably okay though. But I guess we'll see. Veiler would have maybe I prefer Veiler because Veiler would have been safer. Like Veiler would have definitely I think there's no way I can lose if it's Veiler. Whereas now if they're like Top Deck Engraver, maybe some crazy shit happens. I'm not sure. Because like, who cares if I have this Lucius for follow-up? My follow-up is insane anyways. But okay, battle phase. Okay. What, you got evenly top deck or what? No. Okay. Cool. Good talk. Nice. That's the third Fuba. Awesome. Ah! The Arthalion. Okay. What the? Okay. I guess they knew it was over anyways. I mean, not much they can do there, I guess. All right, last game going first. We draw 2 Fubas. What do we get going second? Ah, one of them. Okay, one. And it gets negated. Cool. Trade offer. You draw 2 Fubas when you go first, but when you go second, you draw 1 and it gets negated. What do you think? What do you think? The day Ash goes to 1 will be a memorable day. Uh, do you guys remember Ash was semi-limited in the OCG for a while? Which is kind of crazy to think about. So I think I have to Ash Requiem here. Because, like, yes, this means they get to do Orchest combo. But I just can't beat Caesar with my hand. So if they play Caesar, I get completely cooked. So, I mean, I would have liked to hit the Harp Horror. It was a really good Ash on Harp. But because they play Fiendsmith as well, I kind of feel like I have to do this. Because I can maybe beat an Orchest board with this hand. This hand is really good. Branded Fusion and Ketu is two really powerful cards that if they can still get Crescendo, of course, and they will. But if one of these two resolves and the other gets Crescendoed, I think I'm okay. Like, I can activate Ketu, they Crescendo it, then I activate Branded Fusion, and set another Ketu, and then maybe cook. Because I do think Crescendo negates activation, so I could activate a second Ketu. We don't know the last card in hand. No, if the last card in hand is like Ash Blossom, then we might be in trouble. The second Ash, yeah. Second Ash, or I mean Maxi would be a little bit annoying here. Yeah. Guys, please, is it now mandatory to pay a sub in order to not to watch Josh without being interrupted by ads every 2 minutes? That is massive cap. My ads are so low. I even turned them down because people were complaining like a few months ago. They are like a third of what Twitch is recommending. Wait, so did they not use Galatea? Are they bringing... Eh? Did they just not use Galatea? I'm confused. Okay, well, here we go. Alright. Nice, they ashed Branded Fusion. That was the bait. I would have just lost if they said Crescendo. Oh well. Here I go. The masturbator keeps winning. Okay, so... I need Urgula, I think. Don't know if I can afford to set Ash here. I might need the Dracotail names. Add Ash for Hardcore. I mean, I'm popping the Babble now, so at the time where the Ash hits my hand, they already can't activate Harp anymore. So if they want to use it, they have to use it now. Regula should stay in grave though. No, it's what I fuse with the Rahu that I'm getting. Do you recommend playing the 2 big dragons in the main deck or not? In Dracotail? Are you referring to Urgula and Pan? Yeah, yes. Yes, please play those. He means those that can fusion summon? Oh! You mean 2 copies? Oh, you mean play multiple of them? Yeah, I like multiple. You don't have to though, but I like multiple. Do we set double Rahu now? No. We can just pop the Dingirsu. No cool Frixel line here, unfortunately. I think it's just Lucius, and then Urgula add back Lucius, normal Lucius, grab 5 mana. So yeah, the Pan in hand could have been an Ash Blossom now. But I think it's better for me if it's a Pan. Because honestly, I don't think I need Ash to beat them. I have all 3 traps. As well as 5 mana with Pan, and that's just better follow-up. Oh, I think this is just fine. Sounds good. Do I sting immediately? No, I don't think so. That should be game. Sting. Target. This. And this. I mean, I shouldn't even Gulamel. I should just flame, whatever. Not that it matters. Okay. I mean, I like how in that game, we didn't even resolve the branded fusion, but it did exactly what it's supposed to do in this deck, right? That's the idea behind branded fusion. You don't need the ceiling from it. It's nice sometimes, but for the most part, it's just another powerful spell that you can activate that that helps you break boards or force Ash Blossom or whatever, right? Like, it was like all I cared about in that hand was resolve Ketu. So it's like, well, if they Ash my branded fusion here, that means my Ketu goes through and I win. Granted, they did mess up a little bit because they didn't get to crescendo. I don't know why. But yeah. That's what the card is supposed to do. It's Worth pointing out though that like Fallen of Albaz is a pretty bad draw in this deck most of the time, not always. Sometimes it can be okay as a like normal summon, activate effect or whatever. But for the most part, you don't want to draw it, but you can fuse with it as long as you can play. My biggest issue with this version is just you have less hand traps going second, right? Like it's just less non-engine than in the other versions. Of course, you could maybe decrease the number of Dracotail monsters or cut one Dracotail trap, but I'm really not a fan of that. I really don't like reducing the number of Dracotail names. So yeah, I guess you just gotta live with the fact that you have less hand traps in this deck. It does depend on the format a little bit. If the format is more other Dracotails, then this deck is good. If the format is more like Malice and shit, then I think I would rather play pure Dracotail because those are decks that you need the maximum amount of hand traps against, right? Cut Fuva? No. Jesus Christ. If cutting Fuva is like the worst thing you can do. I'd rather cut a freaking Phimena. That's insane. Guys, get used to it. You're gonna play 3 Fuva, 2 Max C in basically any deck from now on in Master Duel for a long time. For a long time. Especially in this deck. Like, if there's ever a deck that always plays Fuva, it's Dracotail. Because you friggin' fuse with it if you top deck it, or if you draw it going first. It's just an additional fusion material and an additional bounce with Arthalion if you draw it. Like, it's legit. There's no downside to playing Fuva in this deck, basically. And you just get an infinitely better matchup against combo decks going second. Oh, yeah. Okay. One thing I want to do now, we do need to feed the YouTube a little bit. It's been a couple of days since I've uploaded, and I do want to talk about the format for the Duelist Cup a little bit for a YouTube video, so we are going to do that now. Which means it's tier list time. We're talking about the current Master Duel format just a little bit. I have a couple of decks that I want to mention and done some testing in the new format. I've also casted a 3 versus 3 Challenger Cup last weekend, so there was a lot of things to go off of already. I think I have a pretty decent idea of which kind of decks I like and dislike in the current format, and I have selected a couple to talk about. So, the categories today, top tier, are decks that I expect to perform very well at the Duelist Cup, and also would not be surprised at all if one of those will end up winning the whole thing. Strong decks are decks that I think you can definitely do well with in the Duelist Cup, but I'm not super sure that they are the best choice, but they are good. Solid choices are just decks that are okay. I personally probably wouldn't play them if you want your best chances of winning the Duelist Cup, but they are good enough to do well, or maybe top 100 if that's what you're trying to do. And also all of this is going to be good enough to reach Master 1. Mediocre decks is decks that I really wouldn't recommend. And unplayable is decks that are, well, I think unplayable and have basically no chance of doing well, unfortunately. So, no particular order here. Let's just hop in and get rid of Argo Stars real quick. That deck is unplayable, unfortunately. This is the order is random. I just clicked all the images in my folder and dragged them in. I don't know why Argo Stars is first, but Argo Stars is pretty bad, unfortunately. Pretty bad archetype. Blue Eyes is a deck that I still see it a decent amount whenever I play Master Duel, like especially in the Challenger Cup. A couple of people rocked up with it. Now that Challenger Cup was shared card pool, so you know the options, you do have to play 3 different decks basically, so it did come up there a little bit. But overall I think it's either going to be like the very bottom of solid, but for the most part, I think it's more like mediocre, because I think Blue Eyes struggles really hard when decks make even half boards, and it's not like stopping decks from making half boards right now is just kind of difficult with Blue Eyes hand traps and Blue Eyes non-engine. I think it's not the greatest spot for Blue Eyes this time around. I don't really expect it to do well. Branded is a solid deck in Master Duel still. I don't think it comes into like my top 5 or whatever, but I think there is always a couple of branded soldiers that play their 60 card branded versions or 50 or whatever. I've seen people play. I mean, this also most notably does not include Dracotail branded. We're going to talk about Dracotail branded separately. But branded, like basically branded is just, I think, a solid deck that you can play if you really want to. I do think there's better options. And therefore I'm putting it in solid. Archmage. Archmage is, in my opinion, the least exciting deck out of the newest pack, unfortunately, because I do think the playstyle of the deck is pretty cool. However, I think it is just a little bit too weak in general, but also specifically in Master Duel, because it while being a pretty good combo deck into Molcharmi Fuwalos, it's a pretty bad deck into Maxi. Weird, right? And I think it deserves more like a spot in the meat. It's around Blue Eyes level in my opinion, but it's like a little more combo heavy than Blue Eyes. They're not the same playstyle, but the power level I think is relatively similar. I'm not a big fan of this deck. I might be proven wrong at some point, but I mean, I would be happy to be proven wrong on this one because I think this deck is pretty cool. But I don't really see it performing. Water. Water is still a scary deck, I suppose. Can be solid, I think. You know, Droll has gone to 2, so I think that helps it a little bit. But for the most part, I think I don't know. I don't see a reason to play it, but at the same time, I don't think it's bad. Dracotail. Dracotail is top tier. I am 100% sure Dracotail is one of the best decks for the Duelist Cup. It might even be my favorite. But one thing I want to talk about real quick is Dracotail versions, because there are different ways to play Dracotail, and I just want to talk about what I think the pros and cons of these versions are. In my opinion, the 3 main ones are pure Dracotail, Dracotail branded, and Magistus Dracotail. Those are the 3 main ones that I've seen. There might be more, you know, we ran into a Tearlament Dracotail earlier today while playing, but I don't really think that's a real version. Shaddols are not really a version of Dracotail because you can just play Shaddol cards like a couple beasts or whatever in any Shaddol version. That doesn't really make it a different deck. It still is just Dracotail, but with like a Shaddol just stuff to fuse with, you know, which is fine. But basically, so I personally think the main reason why I'm rating Dracotail as a top tier deck in Master Duel is because Dracotail is very efficient and gets a lot done with very little summons. And that means Dracotail and searches, which means Dracotail is probably the best deck currently into Maxi, Molcharmi Fuwalos, and Droll and Lockbird. And I think that is I think that is awesome. I think playing a deck that doesn't care about those cards is neat. I've been enjoying this a lot because it just means I'm playing a good Yu-Gi-Oh deck, but I do not suffer as much when my opponent has those cards. And I think that is my main reason to play Dracotail. If you start putting cards like the Magistus into this deck, yes, you increase the power level of Dracotail. Yes, you increase the power of your end board. And also you increase the chances of playing through cards like Ash Blossom or Imperm or whatever, right? However, in the process, you are making the deck a lot worse into cards like Maxi, Droll, and Fuwa. I personally don't like this. I acknowledge that Magistus Dracotail is a good deck. It is a strong deck. But if I want to play a combo deck that aims to make a board that the opponent can't break or whatever, then I think I would rather play other decks that we will also talk about in a few minutes. Like, we'll talk about Fiendsmith Slop, we'll talk about Gem Knights, we'll talk about Lunalight, Malice, Onomat, Ryziel, Mitsu Ryziel. That, I think if I'm basically what I'm trying to say is if I was trying to play a combo deck, I would rather play those decks. I think Dracotail should focus on its core strengths, and it should also focus on non-engine to win games. That is my opinion. So I would personally say Out of those three that I mentioned, I think Magistus Dracotail is the worst. I think between Branded Dracotail and Pure Dracotail, it is just personal preference. I think those are two decks of very similar power level. But Branded Dracotail has the additional starters, the additional ceiling from 2 Branded fusions, and Pure Dracotail has a little bit more non-engine. I think that's a give and take. I think both are fine. And both are top tier. I do think Magistus Dracotail, while maybe still being top tier, is the worst version out of the 3, in my opinion. Okay. Then we got Fiendsmith. Fiendsmith, of course, I'm going to mention in a lot of variations of these decks that are coming up. Pure Fiendsmith / Fiendsmith Control, Fiendsmith like hand traps and all that kind of stuff, I think is mediocre as much as I like it. I love that deck, but I think currently some of these decks are way too hard to stop with hand traps. And I even think with the addition of the Man with the Mark, I think Fiendsmith is not even the best hand trap deck anymore. Simply because it is very weak to Fuva and Max C, and Man is not. So if you play like the hand trap Primite Man deck, I think that's just a better version of Fiendsmith Control. So I think Fiendsmith Control is in a pretty rough spot, even though I love that deck, but I don't think it's the best deck to play right now. Gem Knights. After the ban of Christia, Gem Knight combo has gotten a lot less popular on ladder. At least I haven't run into it yet. However, I will say, I think Gem Knight is still a pretty strong deck, all things considered. So I'm going to throw it in strong. Now, this notably goes for the Fiendsmith and Fiendsmith version of Gem Knight that wants to go first. And once again, because people in chat seem to be a little bit confused right now, I'm talking about the Fiendsmith deck. Fiendsmith engine is still a different story, and we are talking about that when we're talking about the individual decks. So Gem Knight, with or without Fiendsmith, I think is a pretty strong deck, whether you're going first or you're going second. Currently, from what I'm seeing, the going first version is more popular. The one with Herald of the Orange Light and so on, and where you just try to use Fiendsmith to bridge into Gem Knights as well via Sprite Sprint and so on. So I think Gem Knights as a combo going first deck is still pretty strong. Whether it's top tier, I kind of doubt it. I did think it was a little weird when I played it, especially into like Charmies and Droll sometimes. So strong deck. Not sure if it's part of my like top 3 or top 5, but it's pretty good. Labyrinth. Labyrinth has gotten the furnitures back recently, so that's why I wanted to include it. Unfortunately, I think Lab is pretty mid right now. It gets slaughtered by Dracotail, I think. Because it just does not outgrind that deck, and Dracotail just keeps recycling cards like Urgula every turn to keep popping back row, and it's really hard to stop that. And so as a result, if you want to play Lab, you probably have to play it as like the floodgatey version, and like you have to like loop D-Barrier basically. The problem is looping D-Barrier doesn't work on turn 0, so you basically still lose every time your opponent uses 5 mana. And then also a lot of people are playing not only Ash Blossom, but also Ghost Bell. And that's tough for Labyrinth, because now people play like 6 hand traps that negate Big Welcome Labyrinth. So even if you have D-Barrier, you might not get into your engine because they have Bell or Ash for your Big Welcome. I think it's a rough spot for Labyrinth. And just because D-Barrier is good against the deck, that's never been enough to make Labyrinth a top tier meta deck. Like, that's just not how it goes. Also, I've seen a couple of people play Red Reboot because of Dracotail, so that would also destroy you completely. So I don't think it's a good time to play Labyrinth. Lunalight. I think Lunalight is kind of underrated right now. I haven't been playing it much myself, but I played it a little bit. Now, of course, Baguska being banned does hurt it a little bit. Baguska is in every single Lunalight deck in the TCG for good reason. I still think Lunalight is underrated because, I mean, I think people are a little afraid to play it because it is pretty difficult to play. I did experience this myself when I played it. Like, I did mess up a couple of turns for sure. It feels kind of like Memento in that sense, where it feels disproportionately hard to learn in exchange for what you get, because ultimately you're not getting like the best deck in the format, you're just getting a strong combo deck. But if people aren't prepared for this deck, then I think it's pretty good. And especially Dracotail is a deck that like usually doesn't have good ways to out Liger Dancers. So I do think it is in a strong position if you want to put in all the time to learn it. Now, you could also take all this time and learn Dracotail or get really good at Dracotail or another deck, and then you'd probably maybe have better chances, but I'm not sure. I still want to mention Lunalight because I think it is a sleeper deck in Master Duel right now that should not be underestimated. Also, yes, good point. Best of one does help this deck, I think. So, yeah. One other thing that's worth noting with both Dracotail and Lunalight is Retaliating Sea. Retaliating Sea is a card that has seen some popularity in Master Duel, and it is pretty good against Dracotail. It's also pretty good against Lunalight, and it's also good against Gem Knights. So Retaliating Sea, we're going to maybe do a non-engine tier list as well at some point. I guess let me know if you want to see that. But Retaliating Sea could be a real thing for the second stage of the Duelist Cup. It could be a real tech choice, and Lunalight would suffer from that. So, yeah. Still strong deck, all things considered. And here's Malice, okay? Now, as much as I would like to tell you that with Red Ransom being banned, this deck is finally gone, I don't believe it. I've seen this deck played in the Challenger Cup that I cast last week, and let me tell you, there was 4 teams of 3 people in the top 4, and every single team still had a Malice player. And no matter how much I think about it, or the more I think about it, the more I think this deck is still top tier. I will say I saw a lot less of it on ladder today when I played, and also in the first stage of the Duelist Cup. It was less popular, mainly I think because people really enjoy Dracotail, so I played against a lot of Dracotail. But realistically, the non-engine lineup of the deck is still insane. You can still play Dominus Impulse and a lot of other hand traps, and that's crazy. It still is unreasonably good into Fuwalos for a combo deck. It sucks into Maxi, but against Fuwa it's fine. Doesn't care about Droll as much as some of the other combo decks. Doesn't care about Retaliating Sea if people start playing that. And can self-Droll to beat Maxi as well. And so overall, from what I'm seeing, like, yes, the combo lines started with Red Ransom for good reason most of the time, but at the same time, like, going into Whitebinder first is still hella strong. So I think there is still a way to play Malice in a way that it's top tier. It was still winning tournaments where I was looking left and right. So unfortunately, Malice still seems to be top tier. You know, you still have the same main deck as before. You still have all the extra deck tools to link climb, like all the cyber slop is still there. Link Decoder, Splash Mage, Transcode Talker, whatever. You still make unbeatable end boards. You still have grind game. You still draw cards like crazy. You're a little bit weaker to hand traps because Red Ransom is gone. That is true. You play a little bit worse into boards going second as well because removal is more difficult to deal with now. You can extend harder. But I still think, all things considered, it's still a top tier deck. And it has a pretty good Dracotail matchup. That's true. Because Dominus Impulse, guess what? Really strong against Dracotail. The Dracotail end board is not that unfair. You can play around Dracotail Horn pretty well. You can play around Dracotail Flame as well with a lot of hands. So yeah, I think it's pretty good still, unfortunately. Man, in different variations, I classify it as a solid deck. I think it's been good. My favorite version so far is the Primite version that won YCS Lil, basically hand trap control, but with Primite and Man. You can play Fiendsmith Odion. I think that one is kind of cool. I will mention, I do not think that the Floodgate trap heavy version is good, because I think that is just basically flipping a coin every time. Going first, that deck is crazy. Going second, that deck is ass. So I don't like it. I think you need to play this deck with hand traps to have a chance going second. Basically, the goal of every single Odion deck, in my opinion, should be to get into a grind game by hand trapping the opponent going second, because that's where the deck is at its best, is when it gets into a grind game. You can try to do that with Fiendsmith. That version is going to be a little bit weaker to Maxi and Fuwa. Or you can try to do it with Primite and more hand traps. That version is fine, but it's more reliant on the hand traps to stop the opponent from playing completely. But overall, I think it's a solid concept. Nothing too crazy, not like my top 5 decks or whatever, but it's pretty solid. I don't hate it. The Floodgate version, I think, is mediocre. I don't like it. Memento. Memento is probably okay. I wouldn't recommend learning it now because like for the amount of work you have to put in, you are just getting like a tier 2 deck. But it's not like terrible. It's probably got an okay Dracotail matchup. Because you can probably beat the Dracotail board with just engine hands sometimes. But for the most part, it's just like kind of similar to Lunalight, where you're putting in a lot of work to play this deck optimally. And even if you do play it optimally, I think you're still playing a worse deck than like Malice or Dracotail. But it's an okay deck, you know. It's not bad just because other decks are better. Pure Mitsurugi. I guess we should do the different Mitsurugi versions all at once. Pure Mitsurugi, I think, is a strong deck. I like it. I'm a little biased towards it. It's my favorite version of the deck by far. I do acknowledge that the combo versions of Mitsurugi are probably stronger in terms of their end board. I really like being able to play Dominus Impulse though, because Dominus Impulse is probably the best hand trap against both Dracotail and Malice. So I really like being able to play that in Pure Mitsurugi. That's a real advantage. It's also an advantage for Lunalight, by the way. That deck can also play Dominus Impulse if it wants to. So I'm a fan of Mitsurugi. I like it. Mitsurugi Ryzeal, I think, is, for me personally, I would rank it lower. Realistically, it might be higher. I'm not sure. I just think like making Mitsurugi even weaker into cards like Purulia, Huva, Droll, Maxi by adding more engine to it. You can. I've never been the combo deck kind of player, right? If I have the choice between those two decks, I would always pick the pure Mitsu, but you know, just because I like it more does not mean it is objectively better. So I think there's definitely reasons to play Ryzeal. Like it plays a lot stronger going second. It also makes unbreakable boards going first. If you don't get hit with Droll or Maxi or Fuba, right, then you just cook low impact hand traps. It helps you play through fairer hand traps like Ash Blossom a lot. Like if you get ashed on Saji, but then you have Ryzeal place, you might be completely fine. So yeah, and especially if people remove Droll from the deck, because look at the top tier decks, you know, Dracotail and Malice. If people stop playing Droll, then I guess there is no real reason not to play Ryzeals in Mitsurugi. That's a good point. So yeah, it's a strong deck for sure. Onomat, and this, when I say Onomat, I mean Onomat Ryzeal. I also do think this deck is pretty good. I'm not sure between Onomat Ryzeal and Ryzeal Mitsurugi. I don't know which one is the better deck, but I think they're both pretty similar in terms of what they're trying to achieve, right? They're just trying to spam level 4 bodies and Ryzeals, and in the one deck you do Mitsurugi stuff, in the other deck you do Onomat stuff and Protoss. Honestly, realistically, both are just combo slop auto win if they resolve their combo. I don't think one is stronger end board than the other. Also going second, like Mitsurugi is a pretty strong engine going second. Like Murakumo is really nice to summon into boards. At the same time, the other deck has Protoss, which is probably the win con when you're going second into a board. Doesn't matter if it's like Malice, you can just summon Protoss, blow up the board, and then you win anyways. So I think they both got their individual pros and cons, but ultimately they are basically the same concept, in my opinion. Which is both. I think they're both cringe, but that doesn't. I'm still gonna say that they're still strong. Like they're strong decks for sure. So yeah. Orchist in different variations, I think, is a strong deck. I'm not entirely sure if it's pure Orchist or if it's Fiendsmith Orchist or if it's Mitsu Orchist. They all are viable, I think. So once again, all of the decks I'm putting in the strong category here, I think are just not quite Dracotail or Malice level, but they are definitely decks that I think are going to be represented in the top 100 of the Duelist Cup. So in Orchist, if you want to play Dominus Impulse, I would recommend you try Pure Orchist or Orchist Mitsu. I think the best version of Orchist, the most consistent, and the one that plays through the fair hand traps the best is Fiendsmith Orchist. So that is also something worth noting. If that's your main focus, then Fiendsmith Orchist is absolutely fine. So yeah, I think they all got their pros and cons. You know, Fiendsmith bursts into Fuva, can't play Impulse, yada yada. You understand. But they're all pretty strong, I think. Sky Striker, my beloved. I think it's a solid deck. I genuinely believe so. I will try it more. Maybe it's even better than this, but I kind of like, I don't want to infuse too much copium into people. I like this deck, and I think the release of Dracotail is good for Sky Striker, all things considered, because Dracotail is a good matchup for Sky Striker, which is the first positive thing. Also, people might play less Droll and Lockbird with the popularity of Dracotail, which is also a good thing for Sky Striker. So that's that. Now we get to the problems. Going second, you still lose to Malice every time. You lose to Onomat Ryziel and Mitsu Ryziel basically all the time as well. So those matchups are terrible going second. You get destroyed by Lunalight as well, even if you play freaking Hamp, which you shouldn't play Hamp because Lunalight summons 2 Liger Dancers and you can't Hamp both. So there's a lot of problematic matchups for Sky Striker. And because of this, I would recommend going first when you play Sky Striker. I think you need to go first if you want to play Sky Striker, because then you at least have a chance to beat decks like Malice or Ryziel, Mitsu, Ryziel, Onomat, because the Sky Striker interruptions are not that bad. And Lunalight, right? Those decks you can actually beat if you go first against them. So I think that's what you have to do. Now, I don't know if the deck is good enough for that, but I will be trying it a little bit and I will report back, I guess. But I right now, my suspicion is that it's solid, but just not quite strong enough to be considered a top pick for the Duelist Cup. Yeah. Tenpai pretty mid. I'm happy to report that I think this deck kind of sucks. Sending decks like Malice, Mitsu Ryziel, and Onomat Ryziel first is kind of crazy in my opinion. I don't think that's a good strategy. So unlike Sky Striker, this deck cannot go first, and so therefore I think it's pretty mid right now. I would not recommend Tenpai. You'll notice that I'm holding these decks to pretty high standards, right? Because I'm calling decks like Fiendsmith Control, Blue Eyes, Tenpai, Labyrinth. I'm calling them mediocre, even though in the grand scheme of things they are still pretty good Yu-Gi-Oh decks. But I'm literally talking like the highest level of like competition, like second stage of the Duelist Cup, where I genuinely think there is they need to be considered mediocre. Yeah. Voice this voice. It's here or here, but I don't know. It's I don't see a reason to play Voiceless Voice right now. I'm sorry. I don't know. Also Genesys goes there as well. I'm just, yeah. White Forest. White Forest is interesting because I do think this deck is incredibly scary when it goes first. It's once again, it's just another one of those combo decks that if you don't have a high impact hand trap like Droll, Uva, Purulia is also good, or Maxi against it, then it probably slaughters you if it reaches the end board or even partial end boards. It's pretty bad at going second though, so I don't think it qualifies as a strong deck. I think it's around here. It's basically Mermail but with spellcasters, right? But I think White Forest is more consistent at going first, whereas Mermail is a little bit better going second, which is give and take. As a result, you get a deck with, I think, a similar chance to do well. Not my preferred deck to play a Duelist Cup with, if I have to try and go first all the time. Yeah. And that's where I stand on the meta at the moment. I guess let me know what you think. I know a lot of people are going to disagree with something, which is always the case, but that's okay. Just tell me your opinion in the comments. Keep it nice. And let me know what you're going to be playing for, I guess, ranked this month or just the Duelist Cup second stage if you plan to compete. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to stream my run as well. If you're seeing this on YouTube, I'm going to be live for the second stage of the Duelist Cup this time. And I'm going to try my best to do well. Haven't decided what I'm playing yet, but of course, currently in the process of narrowing down the options. I do think, as you can tell, I think there's 2 decks that are likely the best, but I think there's a couple of other strong contenders that I'm also still going to mess around with. So yeah, looking forward to it. Looking forward to your feedback as well. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. We are getting dangerously close to 100K. I hope we can hit it soon. So feel free to help me with that if you enjoy the content. And yeah, thank you for watching. I'll see you next time, YouTube. Bye-bye. All right. And with that, we also reached the end of the stream. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. I'm going to be live next on Thursday. So in 2 days, we're going to be live again. Back to the regular schedule, basically. There's probably going to be streams every day for the rest of the week, starting Thursday. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, probably going to be live, all of those. So looking forward to that. Hope you enjoyed today's stream. Let me quickly find someone to raid. Who is live? Who's playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel? Oh, Bronas is live. Okay, I'll send you guys over to Bronas, who's currently, looks like he's testing Snake Eyes. Which is interesting. Okay, well, I'll send you guys over to Bronas. You guys have a wonderful time there. I'll see you on Thursday. Thank you for watching. Thank you for all the support, all the subs, all the follows, all that good stuff. I appreciate you. And yeah, have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.